Hello and welcome to episode 12 of Post Game Clarity, where after the game...
What comes the clarity? Is it where did you want one of us to come in? Comes the clarity.
Thank you, Drew. I'm here with my main man, Dave, the intellectual savant.
What? Oh, hi.
And I'm here with my main chick, Drew, the sassy and ever... Wait, what was the word I looked up? Hang on.
Yo, what's up, everybody?
Fucking
right.
hell, Drew.
And we are here to talk about Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty. Woo! What up, everybody?
Yes.
Hey.
Fuck yes, I love Metal Gears.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We are here to really... Oh, man. This is a game that we were all been looking forward to playing ever since MGS1 almost 2 years ago.
Yeah,
and,
so I have a question I wanted to ask both of you. Because... yes, we played Metal Gear Solid back in mid-2023, so it's been about a year and a half. And ever since we recorded that episode, I've been hyping up how much I can't wait for Dork and Drew to play Metal Gear Solid 2. They probably were sick of me talking about it. So, after all this time, they finally played the game. I've replayed the game. I wanted to ask you both, did it live up to the hype?
Yeah, I really think it did. I was super in on after we did Metal Gear Solid 1, I was like, yeah, what a really cool, interesting game, amazing story, very cool to play. So I was super in on doing the whole series for the podcast, but after playing this one, I can just picture a certain well-acclaimed director in a certain pose fading in on the screen right now, hypothetically.
Brother, this guy stinks.
Because, man, Metal Gear Solid 2, absolute cinema. Absolute, 5 big absolute cinemas for me. 2 big thumbs up. Two thumbs way up on my DVD cover for Metal Gear Solid 2.
Yeah, I agree. This game was... I'd actually tried to play this because I was wanting to play Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, and I was like, I should probably learn the origin of this guy first. So I tried to play MGS2 on its own, and I got up to Fat Man, so it wasn't like I couldn't... I think I was about halfway there, honestly, if you consider everything else in the game. But I just kind of bounced off, but I really liked MGS1. That's why I decided to have that be my first pick, and it was all leading to this, because I wanted to play MGS2 so bad. And yeah, it hit in so many cool ways. Like, MGS1 is a certified classic, honestly. It's amazing. But MGS2, like, it's transformative, and like it's just I can't think of the word, but it's like enrapturing. That can't be the right word, but it's just
you could say effervescent.
Clearly I can't. I tried earlier in our deleted scene that you guys won't see. But no, it's just outstanding when it comes to like a work of art. Like, in terms of the gameplay, I think they... Well, you know what? I shouldn't spoil everything right now, right? But yeah, I absolutely loved MGS2 a lot more than I even thought I would.
So much so that you actually went back and played through it again, didn't you?
I did. I played it again on hard with like the setting where if you alert any enemies, it just auto-fails you. And that was really, really fun. I had an awesome time. Highly recommend. And also, it's a huge, like this is now one of my all-time favorite games, and I was able to solidify that. Solidus. I was able to solidify that for me when I played it the second time, because I feel like the majority of the games I really, really love, I usually tend to play them again almost immediately. And yeah, this one hit the exact... In fact, I'll touch on this later, but it really reminded me of like the best of Resident Evil, where it's just like I can play it again, and like my knowledge is able to help me like get through this relatively small game, you know? Absolutely amazing experience on a first playthrough and the second. Had a great time. Dave, thanks for having me. That's all for tonight. We'll see you next time, folks.
Hey, whoa. You hosted the Metal Gear Solid podcast, so I think it's only fitting that you host this one as well, Dork.
Well, you do play a Solid Snake in both of them, so I guess that's fair. So, let's actually get really started, right? Are you guys all ready for this?
I am.
I think I might be.
I think it might be. Well, the first question I want to ask you, right? Because I do see a pretty big difference. Drew, early on, you had talked about how you actually liked the title drop for MGS2 more than the first game, and that kind of like brought into focus a pretty big difference I saw. How did you guys feel about the very long intro cinematic for MGS2, and then all the codec conversations with Otacon? Because if you think about it, in MGS1, you were able to kind of get playing almost immediately.
Well, can I ask, do you mean in terms of that you have to do that little waiting for the elevator segment? Or do you mean like when you get out in the snowfield?
No, yeah, exactly. I meant like you had to actually sneak by some guards before, you got the title drop and like before all the info dumps happened. Whereas in this game, it's just an incredible cinematic, and then after that, it's a bunch of codec calls. So like you don't even get to play until like 10 minutes in.
That's true. I would say it didn't bother me for a couple reasons, or for one main reason, but I think considering, Kojima wants to make very cinematic games, right? I think he's trying to play up this, like he starts you in media res, starts you right in the middle of things with Snake jumping down off the bridge, before you setting things up. And I think also just given how popular MGS1 was for its cinematic qualities, and they want to double down on that in this one, but it's a sequel and it's also a story sequel, right? There's a lot of games where like the plots are completely disconnected, but this one is building off of details of the plot of the previous game. And so I think Kojima was really like, no, let's just sit down and be like, all right, let's just catch up Snake and Otacon. Everybody wants to see them again. I see character from the past, I clap. And let's just sit the fuck down and let's just talk about what happened after Shadow Moses, the great Shadow Moses. Let's just talk about what happened after that. What the fuck is Snake doing right now? What the fuck is the deal with the new nano machines or whatever? What's up with the new Metal Gears? Guys, what the fuck is happening? It's new Metal Gear Solid. I think that's really what he was going for, is like double down on the movie qualities of this sequel and also assume that everybody that played MGS1 is coming back for more, I think I think that's why it didn't really bother me, is because that's literally what we were doing, for the podcast, is playing it linearly. And it worked. It is really good. It's great to see Snake. It's great to hear from Otacon again, get into some new shenanigans, hear about new Metal Gear stuff, hear about how they are living their lives after the lesson that they learned at Shadow Moses, and I thought that was really cool to catch up with them before getting going. But also, I am kind of a dialogue Andy, so maybe that's just my take. Dave, what do you think?
There is that intro that if you just let the game play before the menu screen, which is like,
Yes.
It has all the credits and it shows scenes from the game, and it has the Metal Gear Solid theme, which you'll be familiar with going as we go forward, but it's one of my favorite pieces in all of video game music. So like when I was watching that opening cinematic and that music hit, it just like my emotions, they stirred, definitely nostalgia, but it was just like, oh, we're here, we're going, it's time. And then the game opens up on the George Washington Bridge, and I'm playing the HD collection on the PS3. So obviously, it looks a little sharper than it would have on the PS2. But I think I said in the Discord chat to you both, I was just like flabbergasted by how good that opening sequence looked, like the lights on the bridge in the rain, and how Snake, for the start, Snake is using his stealth suit. And if you remember back to the Metal Gear Solid podcast, I talked about how cool that effect was in the original game, and it looks just as cool here for me. Unfortunately, it seems the rain makes it malfunction, so we don't see it again for the rest of the game. They blew their invisibility budget right at the start. But yeah, it is a bit funny how you get so many coda conversations before you even start playing. And okay, it's doubly frustrating on the version I was playing. I don't know what it's like on the collection you're playing, because Dork and Drew are playing the new release that has the I think it's what Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3 are in it.
You are able
Yes.
to, yeah, but you are able to also like buy them individually. I only bought MGS 2 and 3 on the PC.
Oh, okay. So I think it's because on this PS3 version, like it's holding 3 games on one Blu-ray disc, right? So it's got to load. Like there's obviously a lot of compression going on. So every time the game would load a codec, it would take between, I'd say, 3 to 10 seconds before it actually loaded and people started talking.
What?
Oh, good heavens.
Like sometimes if I wanted to contact a character, like in the middle of a boss fight, it would take the longest because I think the game, I don't know, wherever that file was, it's not close by like it would be in a cutscene. The cutscene ones loaded quicker, but there was always that hang time. Anytime the codec screen would pop up, the boxes would be there, and then I'd have to wait those few seconds before the 2 people who were talking to appear, and then for the voice files to start playing. So that was a little annoying, and it did make me want to get into the game a little more. But like I'm fully on board with like all the cinematics and all the codec conversations. I mean, I've been a Metal Gear Solid fan for years. I like Kojima's games. Kojima always has that reputation of, oh, I hope you like cutscenes. And it's like, yeah, but they're so engaging, not all the time, but for the most part, especially I think for the most part of Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, the ones we both all played so far, every now and then there'll be a conversation or a scene of dialogue that makes you go, that doesn't work. But then, we'll move to the next scene. You're like, I'm back, baby. Yes.
I think there's a very extreme example of that later that I cannot wait to get to, but that is far later.
And
I'm excited too, because I think I've actually changed my mind on it.
Ah.
I know.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll talk about certain characters that elicit that kind of groan in us a bit later. But yeah, I'm always on board for how Kojima tells his stories. And the thing I like in the first game, I talked about how I really like that balance of serious and goofy that the first game kind of walked that thin line. It threaded the needles, so to speak. I think Metal Gear Solid 2 is less successful with that balance. I think it more shifts from one to the other rather than walking a line. But I think both extremes are so entertaining, and what happens in the confines of what this game is so out there that I think it all ends up working.
I'm extremely curious now, because I guess I assume what you're saying is it shifts to the more like serious end. And I think I agreed to certain extents, but I'm also reminded of the time I stared at myself getting peed on. So I don't know. I feel like there are moments where.
But sorry if I'm not clear. What I meant was instead of walking that line, I think, of being kind of equal parts goofy, serious, I think it shifts back and forth.
I think I would agree with that.
I totally agree with that. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to talk about this intro compared to MGS1 a little bit later on for, I think, reasons you guys can probably already guess. But for now, it's also interesting because we have new stuff. Yeah, so it's really fun because like once we actually have control of Snake, this whole little area is just kind of like a little sandbox essentially. Like there's a lot of really, really cool stuff you're able to do in MGS2. And I don't know if like anyone who like bought the game back then actually read everything in the manual, but there's even more stuff you can do in this game than I or even Dave even knew. In like the collection that I and Drew have, they include the screenplay for everything in the game. So in this whole section, you can see every single possible codec conversation. All of it actually like written down, and that actually helped me, clued me in on a whole bunch of Otacon's hints that I like would have gotten if I called him, and it included me in on so many mechanics and like ways of interacting with like the environment, right? So just like as few examples, you can stuff enemies into lockers. You can open the locker itself and use the door as a shield in a shootout. I've never tried that. I don't know why you
What
would,
the
but it's
heck?
one of the first things that he says you can try to do with the shield door. If the locker won't open, you can break it by just like smacking it with like with the melee button enough times. And also, I'm not sure if you guys have tried that, but if you get unlucky enough, you can break the door, and because like the physics of it like actually like work as you might expect, or at the very least it kind of goes like free balling. If you punch and kick in like the wrong order or like at the wrong timing, you can have the door fall back into the locker, and that locker will be inaccessible forever.
Jesus.
But you can throw enemies overboard, I guess. Enemies can apparently like see like your wet footprints if you walk indoors. And of course we have the trank gun, which is all new, where you're able like to use like a ranged way of non-lethally killing it, not non-lethally getting rid of enemies. There's just a crazy amount of detail. You can shoot the pipes near enemies and have that like debilitate them, which is crazy. Like it won't actually like, kill them, but it'll like do like a hardcore stun thing. This area with Snake is just absurd. Like, did you guys like happen like to play around with all this cool shit?
I did when I first played the demo of the game, which is, I basically, if I remember, the demo was just after the fight with Olga at Stops. So you get kind of that first whole area to play around with. So you can go in that room with the big glass two-way mural thing. And it's cool just seeing how that breaks apart when you shoot it in all the different places. You can go to the pantry and find that basically every little piece of food and item is shootable, and it will break apart. If you shoot the flour, it like creates like a smoke screen. I remember that happening. I don't know if that's true or not, but I have a memory of that.
Nope. That's what happens. Yeah.
I remember once I shot a guard with my trank gun as he was pulling out his radio to call for backup, and the trank gun hit the radio and it broke the radio. So he like shook the radio and then just started yelling for help, which was like, oh my God.
That's amazing. Yeah,
Awesome.
it's crazy that they even like it takes effort and time and dedication like to have all these hitboxes do different things when you interact with them. So even like just like shooting the watermelons like in the pantry, they all explode individually. Sure, like modern games, we kind of take that for granted, but like back then especially, good.
Yep.
2001, like good. No, you were not interacting with every small individual little asset. Usually when you saw a shelf, it was just like a JPEG, right? Like it wasn't. But no, everything you can shoot it, and it has purposes. Like I'm pretty sure if you had enemies like chasing you in the pantry, I'm pretty sure like the flour will like cloud their vision, because you're able to shoot the fire extinguisher, and it's able to.
Oh, sorry. And I went in the pantry on my way back, and as I was exploring it, a guard came in, I guess, to sleep. So I crawled underneath the shelf in the middle of the room, and like the guard's guy goes to sleep on his feet. He's standing right in front of the shelf and just snoring. So I'm like, oh, I can't get out of here. I had to like back out and then stand up and go, okay, you go to sleep now. That's just a really cool thing as well, where if you don't shoot them in the head with the trank gun, it takes time for the trank to take effect. And I know on higher difficulties, it takes longer, and they don't they wake up quicker.
Yeah, it's again all these individual areas of the body, because like of course like when you hear this kind of stuff in games, it's really tough to know if like some dialogue actually is trying to say what it's trying to say, because like of course a whole bunch of games will like say a certain thing, and maybe it was like some high ambitions as they're making the script and like they couldn't fit it in, or maybe it was just like like usual character fluff that doesn't interact with the player much. But no, like Otacon's like, yeah, you can aim the trank dart, and if you hit certain parts of the body, like the head or the heart, then like they'll go down pretty fast. But if you hit them like in the limb or something like that, it'll take a while like for them to go to sleep. And yeah, sure enough, I think at one point I hit someone in the heart, and I was like, oh, I missed, and he went down. I'm like, oh, this is crazy.
And if you shoot them I've hit a couple in the butt because, it's like that lean around the corner and just wildly shoot and see where it hits. And the guard will react like something's going on, and he'll start to react. And then as he's looking for whatever happened, then he'll go down. And I like those little touches. This game is full of little touches.
Yes. Speaking of that, Drew, I will absolutely hand it off to you in a sec, but speaking of little touches, I'm glad there's achievements for this, so I tried it out. So, in like some lockers, like there's some posters up of like beautiful women, and there's two different scenarios here. If you go into the locker and close it, and then you like do like the first person like button, and you hold it, he will slowly approach the poster, and eventually you'll hear like a kissing noise. So he kisses the poster. And then if you open up the locker, enter first person as you're like right up against it, like looking at like this like half naked woman on the poster, and then you call Otacon, you get your own separate thing where you can see Snake like panting like a dog.
Oh my god!
And then Otacon's like, Snake, you don't have anything else to be doing right now? And it's like he caught you jerking off to this poster. Again,
That's ridiculous.
Literally ridiculous. Exactly. There's so many cool hidden, like be it like dialogue, a ton of dialogue, of course, like with the codec calls, a whole bunch of cool stuff. I think Otacon even calls you if you like stare at the TV for too long, like Snake, or like he'll react like to what's on the TV because apparently like it's the news report. I shouldn't say news. Sorry, it's the update about like what the captain's doing in the tanker, right? And then he'll react to it a few times because again, I read the screenplay, and then he'll say, "Hey Snake, you've been watching TV for a while." Like he reacts to like it's crazy how many little like. All these details add up, and I can easily see why people hold these games and hold like Kojima and his whole team up so highly, because this is just an absurdly immersive experience. Even though it isn't quite in first person, where a whole bunch of immersive games are, the amount that the world reacts to what you're doing is just off the fucking charts in this game. Now, Drew, did you have any like funny moments on this little section as well with how you interacted with anything?
I'm sure I did. I'm sure you saw one of this bit that I'm going to talk about shortly in the screenplay. It's hilarious. But as far as new mechanics go, I love messing around with the trank gun in the tutorial. And since I was just getting back into the swing of things, since it has been a year and a half, I feel like even in this like opening tanker moments, I was really enjoying the stealth. I feel like a little bit more than I was throughout a majority of MGS. Like I was really enjoying like the thrill of like trying to be sneaky and then salvaging it if I got caught. A big part of that was I really liked hiding inside of the lockers. And you can also use these shoulder buttons to peer slightly to the left or right or get closer or further away from the door. And I thought that was just like genius and amazing. I also discovered a little hidden touch in the codec calls. There are the two pictures of whoever is speaking, and you can wiggle the sticks and it'll wiggle their faces around. It's very, very funny. You can move them like a little bit up or down or all sorts of stuff. Like it's just absurdly funny to me. It's like not even that special. But the thing that was the really the funniest to me was I got confused in the picture taking section. I thought in that first room, I didn't realize that you were supposed to like go through a door and go to other rooms at first. So I was like sitting in that first room where they were projecting the Metal Gear on a screen, and I was just taking a million pictures of the screen. and I was waiting for, so I was like waiting for the slide to like show the angle that Otacon specified, because that's what I thought it was supposed to be at first. But I was there for so long that eventually the commandant that was giving like his speech like looped around, but his dialogue looped, and he said like one of the first lines, but he said, I feel like I said that already, or I feel like I'm repeating myself. Anyway, and it was just like a little thing, and it's like you don't even have like, it's not even like in a cutscene. You're not even like actively listening to it, right? But it was just like in the background for you to be like, wait, what the fuck? Wait, did he just like say that he's repeating himself? What the Sigma? Yeah.
And Drew, I took so long getting to the front that by the time I got to the front, he's like, well, I've been talking for a while, so before I finish, why don't we do some stretches? And then he like leads the men in like a little calisthenics.
Yeah, and they'll like rotate and
Well,
turn, and you gotta like not get seen by them. It's absurdly funny.
even though you could play, as like Dave can attest, you could play this like tanker like section of the game a lot. You could spend hours here. There's really not that much you're required to do, because all you really need to do is go up to the captain's quarters, or like whatever it's called, and just like see like where the ship is going, because Otacon wants to see where they're taking the Metal Gear. And then after, like you have a little encounter, then you just go down into the bottom of the ship to take pictures. So really there's only three objectives if you count, the actual boss fight. Just interesting how there's not, I mean, if you want to speed through it, it's not hard to speed through. It takes like a play session if you wanted to, but there's just a lot here you could kind of get lost in at the same time.
Yeah. Even me just trying to get back into the game after last time, and just like trying to take my time and get used to the Metal Gear rhythm. I spent like almost like 3.5 hours like getting to the Metal Gear objective.
Wow.
Yeah.
I just want to, talking about little touches, I think it's the engine room when this first happens. But another really little touch I love, even though it can make things complicated, is if you knock out guards in certain areas, this happens a lot more later on in the game, their radio will start to pop off, go, like, guard, report, why aren't you at your post? He's not responding, send someone in to check on him. And then other guards will come in. And I just find that really cool. So, you spend at least the start of the game like, oh yeah, I can just trank everyone and this is great. And then suddenly you trank someone, it's like, they're not responding. Okay, send in backup. I'm like, oh no.
Nothing here. You'll hear that 1,000 times this game. And, that's if you're playing well. No, it's genius, because, like, so much of this game, like when you get better at it and start to notice, because again, early on, I think we can all agree this control scheme for us, like more used to how like modern games do it, it was kind of a lot to take in. I wouldn't say it's clunky, but it totally was, at the very least, kind of cumbersome, right?
My memory of MGS2 is the words finger gymnastics, because I always remember, if you wanted to put away your gun in first person mode without firing a bullet, you had to kind of, hold like 4 buttons down. Now, I found out in this time period, it's not actually that bad. Oh, and I found out that the PS3 actually, not only does it have pressure sensitive triggers, it has pressure sensitive face buttons. So you can actually like lightly press and release square, which is the gun button. And if you do it lightly enough, Snake will pull out and put away his gun without firing anything. I only found this out later because, basically it's like, okay, well, I want to put away my gun. I'm in first person, but I don't want to fire it. So get out of first person. Okay, I've still got these buttons, hold down, and then put the gun away. Okay, now I can release the gun button.
Yeah, Snake's really good at pulling out, as we know. But actually, I also learned, and I don't know, Dave, I don't know if you ever tried it, so I you couldn't really like tell me if it's the same on the PS3 version, because you do have the pressure sensitive buttons. But I learned from my second playthrough that if you hold, because you have to hold the shoot button, and it's like the release of it is what shoots it, right? So you can hold it out there, but if you click the left stick, he'll always like put his gun down. So all you really have to do is click the left stick, and then you're able to do whatever you want.
Had no idea.
I know, right? There's a lot of these, because first of all, that's not a thing you'd expect. Like in terms of controller layout of what we're used to, right? That's what I'm trying to say here. There's no way we'd ever think, oh yes, well, in every other game I play, clicking the left stick, puts your gun away, so I'll try it. Of course not, right? So, oh yeah. Speaking of that, MGS2 introduced the hold-up mechanic. How often, Drew, did you happen to use the hold-up mechanic?
I did like once far later on, just because I needed a body, but I didn't really get around to using it during this opening section. But it is a really, really cool thing, where you could just like sneak up from behind and like surprise them. It's a very cool way to like. It kind of gives this, like Metal Gear Solid is kind of like a Japanese take on like a Western military film. So it's like, okay, let's do like a Die Hard hero thing and like sneak up on the bad guys and be like, stick 'em up.
Yeah.
Now I've got control of the situation, and it is really cool. It's a really, really cool addition.
But yeah, that's actually like a really interesting comparison. I didn't even make that connection. But yeah, I can easily see what you're saying. It's like it's what a different country might see as like, oh, like Americans, like when they hold guns, they say freeze. So let's have the guy say, don't move, and the guy goes, oh.
No, I mean it makes it makes total sense that that's something Kojima would like want to implement in this type of thing. He's such an Ameriboo. So it just makes it like it just feels like so at home as a mechanic.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting because I honestly, you could easily go. In fact, you don't even ever have to do it. It's strictly helping if you are trying to do like a full stealth run. It's really helpful, but also it's like the main way to get dog tags, which is like the collectible in the game. And if you get a absurd amount of them, like there's a certain number for every difficulty, you have to get them throughout all difficulties, right? It's like 300 in total, which is ridiculous. You get like a certain item or something, so which is just insane. But even still, I do think it's a really fun collectible, and it also made my, because again, I played this on hard and like a pretty much like a stealth only because I couldn't get caught, right? And man, it was really, really fun because it still encourages stealth, it's still non-lethal, but there's also like some added wrinkles to it. So like in a way, like it makes things easier, but in a way it makes things more risky. Because like if there's just a guy in a room, yeah, that's really easy to be like, hey, freeze, and then you walk around, he'll like shake his booty and he'll drop his dog tag, and then like you fire a trank in his face and he's out, he's asleep, he's gone. But in a room where there's like 3 or 4 of them, oh my gosh, like that was not easier, right? So then, to acquire the dog tags, if that's your goal, it would be way harder. Whereas like earlier, it makes the game easier. Now it's like, honestly, it'd be easier just to shoot them with a trank gun from far away, So you had to like, I had to like, lure them with like a porno magazine or something, just to fucking like separate them. So it's such a cool mechanic in how I think it both lowers the skill floor while also like raising the ceiling in a way.
I also find it funny how if a guard comes across a guard you've tranked, they just kick them once and they've woken up immediately.
Oh, Dave, I think that's hilarious because you know what that means? See, I'm sure we're all on the same page, right? All these games, everything has a meaning, right? Like I don't think anything here is like for nothing or like by accident, right? So what I'm interpreting the whole, like kick him and then like they're awake thing, these guys are falling asleep while standing up half the time. Yeah. These guys are so overworked that if they see their comrades sleeping, they're like, listen, I get it. Everyone falls asleep on this job. Let's go, bud. Like, like they don't even react to it. They're just like, listen, everyone falls asleep on this ship. Everyone falls asleep on this plant. It's just how it is. Even
Yeah.
though the majority of the time it's probably from Snake shooting him in the head with a tranq dart.
You make a good point. So many guards throughout the whole game are sleeping.
Yeah, they're sleeping. There's also two guards. I think I think there's one in this early section that have loud headphones on. It's in the hall in that like little corridor where you don't have to get caught yet, but if you get caught early, you know the whole like gunfight plays out. So if you happen to like use your tranq gun from far away, you can like it's on the corner of where you have to turn way. I'm sure you guys like know exactly the huge corridor I'm talking about, right? It's in the hall. At the way end, there's a guy with headphones on, I guess, and you can hear him blasting music. It's pretty funny.
That's hilarious.
But oh yeah, so there's also an added wrinkle though too. This game is so fucking cool, guys. Hang on, I have to fucking mark out here. This game is the best, right? So sometimes when you hold up someone and like you walk around, like guards will have like varying levels of courage essentially, where like the majority of the time they were like, oh please don't shoot me, and then like the whole like booty dance, right? And then you also have these fucking like tough guys who think they're hot shit, and then you point the gun at their face and he goes, what are you gonna do, shoot me? And if these guys will not, they won't back down, and if you just hope that they do, eventually they'll get fucking tired of waiting and pull their gun out and start shooting at you. So that doesn't work. What you have to do this is so fucking funny. What you have to do, you got to intimidate them. If they put up a fight like, oh, well, you're not going to do anything, you have to pull out your actual gun, shoot them in the arm or leg, and then do it again. And then after that, they'll go, oh, I'm sorry. This is one of the best games ever, man. Oh my gosh. This is why it's almost a shame that you're able to avoid this mechanic the whole game. But it also, it also just goes to show the strengths of just like, the whole like Konami team and like how this game was put together. Because I was talking with Dave earlier how I think stealth, a game like designed around stealth and also it also has some combat opportunities too. There's a lot of wiggle room if the game is designed in a way where all the details matter, and there's opportunities for a whole bunch of like different ways of playing. So it opens you up to play your own way and also kind of experiment. Whereas you don't even need to use the hold up mechanic at all. But this whole system is there for you anytime you want to try to engage with it. It's crazy. Or even like the gas pipes. I had to go out of my way to like down someone, because it's just this small thing where a person might miss and they might hit a gas pipe and then they might go, holy shit, that's amazing. That amount of work for that reaction in like 1 out of 20 people, it seems like that's what this team goes for that one out of, that like one person out of 20 to be like, oh my God, they thought of this?
It's funny because when you start talking about, stealth games, it got me thinking about like the immersive sim genre, and especially some of the earlier big hits in it, like Thief or Deus Ex. Now in Deus Ex, it's kind of like the design went into making sure that almost any problem was approachable in a multitude of ways. And while I think that's true in terms of how you deal with encounters in Metal Gear Solid 2, like Metal Gear Solid 2 is a much more linear experience. It's so much so that one thing I noticed in the Big Shell, and it's very much true with all the rooms in the tanker as well, is that every area is kind of its own little puzzle room where they've obviously designed it around, okay, we're going to have the guards here, we're going to have the room work like this, so how are you going to get through? We have some ways we think that are optimal to get through, but you can really do it however you want. But you can kind of see that, and in earlier ones, like in the bridge between strut A and B in the Big Shell, the colonel tells you, use the grab mechanic. And that's obviously the way they want you to go through. But then, when you go back there later, or even on the first try, you can do that another way if you want. So I think while, like the immersive sim genre is more about approaching obstacles in creative ways, I think that energy that those teams used to design their worlds and the multitude of approaches, I think maybe the Metal Gear Solid team used for the details, like how things interact with each other, which is an immersive sim thing as well. The idea that we have all these mechanics and seeing how they interact with each other is part of the fun.
Dave, I agree with everything you said, and it also has me thinking. Again, I'm really glazing this game off right here. I apologize to anyone who wants like a level-headed, pros and cons. There are cons, but
we'll get there.
Absolutely,
right now, right?
Absolutely
listen.
not. We have to glaze this game.
But listen, right? Like you were talking about like immersive sims, and I've also tried like Deus Ex. I've tried Thief, and I've played like those types of games, like immersive sims. But I feel like there's a difference, right? Where MGS2, you are right in that every room is its own kind of puzzle. But I think in immersive sims, and in fact, you kind of had this exact same feeling when you played through Breath of the Wild. When you do something your own way, and then you realize, oh, like there is this other cool way I also could have tried, you almost feel like you missed out on something, Whereas I don't think that's true in MGS2. I think it's just like, perhaps it's because the story is so engaging that you're seeing everything in terms of gameplay as an obstacle you want to get through, so you can achieve, or you're able to get to the next part of the story. Perhaps that helps it in that way, and it isn't only gameplay that's trying to carry you through the game. I'm not sure, but I just don't think there's that like negative aspect of, oh, I could have like used the locker door as a shield in a shootout. Oh, I should have tried that. I think it's more of like, that's really cool, and that's that.
And I think you mentioned also that this is a very short game, which with its multiple difficulties and with everything you can do, it might encourage multiple playthroughs. Deus Ex, I think, was like 20 to 25 hours. I was so ready for that game to be over when it was. Part of me wanted to go back because I kind of knew how to play the game. But no, I think, yes, a shorter experience will definitely encourage repeat playthroughs. I think Metal Gear Solid 1 was that as well, because there are plenty of things we all found out about that game even after we recorded, and it's just like, oh, there's so much cool stuff in here. I could easily see myself just playing through that game again, because it's like 6 hours, especially if you skip the cutscenes you don't care about. It's a lot quicker.
Mm-hmm.
You mean the ones with Meryl? You can
Yes.
just say it, Dave.
Yes,
Dave.
yes, all of those.
The anti-feminist here. No, I agree, and it's actually why I really have taken a liking to any game that, or I guess I should just say it, Resident Evil is like one of my favorite series ever, and anytime I play one, it isn't one playthrough, it's two. Even RE8, even though it isn't close to as good as the other ones in my opinion, it's still fine. It's a fine game, but playing it again, because it's so short and like digestible and maybe like 12 hours or so, or even less, 8 hours, that is just perfect for like, I'll try again and like do better kind of thing. Even RE4 kind of goes a little bit too long, in my opinion. Whereas like you don't really feel the, like the, I want to jump in immediately again, even though it's an incredible game in its own right. Whereas MGS2 isn't too long, and it's like, I'll jump in right away, like I did.
No, I was gonna say I totally agree. Like, even though it is bigger than the original, you absolutely could do like a whole other playthrough right after finishing, because it's just like not too big. Like, it doesn't leave you. It's not like Thanksgiving dinner. It's like a nice little sandwich. You know what I'm saying?
And I think we'll probably.
No, it definitely feels like I'm having some turkey with this game. I won't lie. I'm getting the tryptophan sleepies. I won't lie.
It is filling, yes, definitely. You do have you will have the meat sweats afterwards, but.
Oh, that's awesome.
But I think what plays into it, and maybe this will come up a bit later, but I remember talking about this in the Discord with you both. the pacing of the game is just so speedy. Like, I think you could make an argument that the whole game just rushes by at this breakneck pace, but I think pretty much from the Harrier fight to the end of the game, it's just like a nonstop onslaught of just what the heck is happening. It's just one cool big thing after another, and then the game ends, and you're like, ugh.
I will argue a certain thing once we're there, but
Okay.
right now, full glaze. I agree.
I just want to go back, Dork, that idea of short games encourage that second playthrough. That's actually the big problem, because I get that feeling when I finish a large multi-hour RPG like a Pillars of Eternity or a Witcher 3, and I never do that because, oh yeah, I just spent like 50 to 100 hours on this thing. Yeah, I want to play it.
Yeah.
I want to play it again because I love it, and I know what I'm doing this time. So at least the start's going to be really cool, but I can't dedicate that much time to it again. No, I'll have to come back in like 5 to 10 years.
Earlier in my life, when I wasn't a savant with words, as they say. Listen, I don't say it. It's what everyone else is saying. I would do this a lot, where I would pretty much like do exactly like what like you're describing. Where after you play through a pretty like meaty game, like 20 to 40 hours, even if not more, you'd be like, I want to see the beginning again with all my knowledge, right? And I would be like, I'm playing this again, and I would get like 5 hours in, and then I'd have my fill and be like, all right, I'll. So it's the same mentality, but like back then I couldn't realize what the problem was. Well, the problem is, the game is, I wouldn't say too long, but it's a game where its length doesn't invite immediate replayability. So all I'm trying to do is like satisfy my, I wonder how this feels in the beginning when I know things, and after I was able to get that fill, I'm done. Whereas every single time though, I was still tricking myself, I guess, into thinking round 2. No, Dork. No, Dork. I'll play it 2 more hours at the beginning, and then I'll call it. That's all I need.
Yeah, it's like that. You have a really nice dessert, and you have the opportunity to have like seconds, and you really want seconds, but then like halfway through the seconds, you're like, I shouldn't have done that.
Or it's like when you're eating a really big, it's like when you're eating a really big turkey and then you get the meat sweats afterwards, right, guys?
It's like when you're eating a really small sandwich and you're like,
No, it's kind of like when you go to fucking school in kindergarten and it's your friend's birthday and they go, hey guys, my mom bought us all donuts. So they bring in the big donut box and it's like you go up and they're all glazed and you have to share 12 glazed donuts with each of your classmates. You know what I'm saying?
I'm rubbing my temples right now.
r/oddly specific.
Yeah. No, kind of building off of that, I won't usually play, like, when I reach the credits of a game, usually what I'll do is I'll, like, let the title screen shit play out, and then I'll chill on the title screen for a little bit and just kind of think about my experience, and then just kind of, like, I don't know, I kind of want the end to, like, be the end. I don't know, I don't usually start, like, a new little bit afterwards. I don't know, I kind of like to put bookends on things, but...
How long before you revisit a favorite usually?
Well, these days I've got less time, so I think that's a big reason why I've picked some of the videos that I do, so I have a good excuse to do that.
Yeah, that's been a huge thing ever since I started my channel, and now that I'm streaming, it's like, okay, what games do I actually want to get around to? Now I have an excuse to play them.
Yeah, it's like, do I want to finally cross something off my backlog, or do I want to use this time to like actually play something that I already enjoy for the first time in like years?
So a whole lot of cool things introduced, a whole lot of cool details in the tanker. But like I said, all you really got to do, go upstairs. Oh, what's this? A boss fight. What? A boss fight so soon? But then, anyway, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the ranking like we did last time, but there's not as many boss fights. This time there's only 7, right? So keep that number in mind. Only 7 boss fights. So what we're gonna do is exactly the same thing. We're gonna be like, hey, where'd you rank this? And then the other person will be like, I ranked this at number 3. So that means it's the 3rd best. You guys understand rankings, so Right. So we have Olga Gerlukovich. I think that's how you say it, right? Yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
Got in
And
one.
I hear Drew is a bit of a stan.
I am.
Yeah, I said Olga had hairy armpits, and you're like, Olga, I would do anything to lick her butt or something. You said something like that.
No, 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 no. I was just report. I was. No, there seems to be some misunderstanding. I was.
I'm
I
looking
was
this
just
up.
being. I was just ramping up the sexuality for the bit. Olga is fine. She's like. I don't know. I'd probably go out to drinks with her. I think that's about it. But
I like her
anyway.
accent a lot. Her
Yeah, she
accent's
does have a good
awesome.
accent. It's giving. It's
Honestly,
giving. It's giving bad guys from Rocky and Bullwinkle. Am I right, Dave?
Yeah, a bit Natasha.
I think she's a really interesting, outright, like a really interesting character overall. But I just don't
Oh
think
yeah.
now is a good time, to get into all that. But in terms of the boss fight, this one is the most limited of the bunch. Well, no, it should be, but it's not, and we'll get to that
No.
later. But this one is a pretty limited encounter. All you really have is your trank gun, right? So this is designed around the first-person shooting mechanics
Yeah.
of the game. So it is really cool how this boss fight has a few stages though, or a few like phases, even though they're not really that, it isn't like it's a huge extra challenge, but like the tarp gets in the way because like
Yeah.
like kind of like half flies off. Like she points like the spotlight at you if you
Yeah.
take like a long enough time, which is funny because I think in the first playthrough I don't even think I saw her do that or no, I think I accidentally like shot the light like without even thinking. Whereas like in the second playthrough I was like, oh cool, she can actually shine it on you, which is kind of neat. Um, oh, I'm an idiot. We should go through our rankings, right? So out of 7, right? Out of 7, Dave, where did you rank Olga Gerlukovich?
I ranked Olga at number 7. Now, I'll just say that I did not dislike any boss fight in this game. Most of my list is just very arbitrary because I liked them all, but it was like, this one maybe a little more than this one. The reason I put Olga at the bottom, despite the fact that she respects Snake as the only person who's ever been able to shoot her knife out of the air when she does her little sneak attack, is that at that point I had not gotten used to the controls of the game. I spent most of the fight trying to, do the peek out from cover and shoot thing. And of course that wasn't working because it's built around the first person. And then I had to kind of get out of cover and work out, how to use the first person with some finesse. So like on a second playthrough, I'd probably like this a lot more because I know what I'm doing. But yeah, for this one, even though it had a couple cool gimmicks, it just, it didn't hit me as hard as all the others.
Well, Dave, speaking as someone who did do a second playthrough, I have it ranked at number 7. And listen, it's not bad, but even still, there's just not a whole lot of options, and it's just a very standard. Again, it's not bad. It's just a very like standard introduction to the first person. I would say Ocelot is probably like the better, like first boss. Was he the first one in MGS?
Yeah,
He was first. Or was it Raven? Yeah, it was him.
it
Right?
was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say Ocelot hits a little bit better as a first boss, but in this way though, it really is kind of teaching you how to do the first person in these fights, which is a thing you'll have to do in the future. So it's fine. Yeah, it's good, but it's pretty limited, right? Drew, how about you?
Yeah, I actually have Olga at number 5, which
Nice.
means that there are 2 bosses that I like less than Olga. So just keep that in mind.
Is that what that means?
It's for the listen. It's for the folks at home. It's for the folks at home, buddy. It's for the. You gotta
really-
build tension. You gotta build tension. This is Act 2. You gotta build tension, okay? But I agree. I'm not super hot on the fight, but as a tutorial, I've seen worse tutorials. Like this is a pretty fun one. You know what I mean? And it is also really cool. Like, all right, we're getting into a big fight. We're seeing some tension with the Russians already. This is truly some tactical espionage action right here. This is truly living up to the namesake. So it's like cool. I think on subsequent playthroughs, because I was looking through all the boss fights and I was like, I can justify putting Olga at number 5, but I had to like remember the Olga fight. You know what I mean? Compared to these other fights. So, pretty comfortably in like the middle of the list where it's like if I have to rank all the boss fights, which I do, then I'm gonna put Olga like lower middle.
With Olga though, and I guess a little bit earlier on too, man, MGS2 is so good at capturing your intrigue and kind of like, like tickling your little like, what the hell's going on? That's a weird way to say that, but
I get it.
It's tickling your intrigue bone where you're like, hey, what's going on here? MGS1 had a whole bunch of that too, a whole bunch of reveals and stuff, and it's half amazing and half kind of goofy, right? But in this one, it's just there's a whole bunch of stuff, and it's crazy, like like thinking about the whole game, how little we even have any idea of what's going on in this game. But it's so much, it's so fun how we immediately were like, here's our mission. Wait, there are already like Russian terrorists here, in that opening cutscene, and now with Olga, we have like a cipher, that. Also earlier we heard Ocelot too, by the way. We heard Ocelot say he's here, and we're like, what? What? So he knows that Snake's already here. Okay, and then right here, I think we have like the cipher taking pictures, and like Otacon's like, I don't know what that is, but fuck, who cares? It's like, oh, okay. Otacon is a absolute legend, so I'll take his word for it. It doesn't matter. Continue the mission. Okay.
Yeah, for real.
So the next thing we got to do then is we got to go from the top all the way to the bottom. One thing that's cool though, in this area, again, totally skippable, right? You after the Olga fight, you can choose to climb like the mast or like lookout tower thing on that.
Oh, really?
Like top deck, and it's got some freaking thermal goggles up there.
Nice.
It's really cool. Again, completely unnecessary, especially for what you're doing in this section. But it's like, oh, cool. Again, it just kind of like it goes to show that this is like, hey, everything is here for you to play around with. Have fun. Have some fun, man. Have some fucking. Why don't you tear off one of those locker doors? Use it as a shield. They really want you to do that. Anyway, so we're going to go all the way down now, and we've already talked about the gameplay quite a lot, so we don't have to go through everything again. I'm sure on the screen for all you people watching, you've probably already seen me in the halls before. So our next objective is to go down and get some pictures of Metal Gear. And on the way down, there's a cool little sequence where we are forced into a firefight. In the halls, you don't have any say in it. Well, actually, you have a small bit of say. Like I said, you are able to start the firefight early, in a sense, if you get caught by those guards in the hall. But if you don't get caught by those guards, it'll kind of happen in a cutscene, and they're like, oh, he's here. I forget how that exactly it plays out. But how did you guys like the forced action sequence? Because I do have a take on this.
I'm actually not a fan.
Me either.
A couple reasons. One of them was I had some grenades I'd picked up somewhere, and I screwed up throwing it because I didn't know how the grenades worked yet. So I basically threw one at my feet, and
Legendary.
But
Legendary Soldier Solid Snake dies by his own grenade.
Yep. But there's I don't know, because it's just you either just press square and let the game try and aim for you, which is always a 50-50 thing. I think the game really does encourage the first person aiming, even though you can kind of rely on the auto aim sometimes. But I guess I just found it a bit not excessive, but it wasn't what I wanted at that point in time, I guess.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, it just wasn't very fun. And then you get to the second and third waves of it, and I was just like, oh, this is like still half. Oh, Jesus! All right, I don't know. Like it's a little segment. I always knew it was just like a little cinematic gimmick segment, but I just I never enjoyed it. I never found it very fun. It's one of the few times that there's like a straight up like invisible wall too. You know what I mean? And so it just doesn't feel very Metal Gear Solid to me. You know, it was just very annoying and weird.
You think it's worse or better than the forced fight with Meryl in the jail?
I was just gonna bring this up. Yeah.
From memory, the Meryl fight was easier.
Yeah, that's true. Probably, yeah, I probably like it worse than the Meryl fight. Yeah.
I like it worse.
I can
Yeah.
easily see why you'd say that, because in MGS, like the Meryl encounter is, even though we don't really like Meryl, like the gameplay of that little part is trying to reinforce a character. You know, it's trying to reinforce like a part of the game that isn't like just there for the sake of it, right? So I can understand like why you'd say that for sure. I think this is easier because you can just hide behind cover and just like pop out like when you want. Whereas I remember having trouble in all the time in the 2 times I played MGS1 in that little section, because I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm just out in the open. These guys keep shooting me. Hopefully I can shoot them faster. Whereas here it kind of felt like you had some control. And I'd also say this whole little tanker thing, it's like a little sampler, right? So I can understand having an action sequence because, and this could easily be, I could easily see someone like, you know, tearing apart this argument because it is a tad silly. But in all the moments where like they show like Solid Snake being a legendary soldier, you know, like, you know, oh, like the Shadow Moses, or oh, you know, he's revered, he's the best in combat. They, you know, he does shoot guns and he is a soldier. So I do kind of like how you have to see that side of him when he needs to do it. You know.
Well, again, and it's also like, Western military action hero, like you kind of do have to have a shootout. So
Yeah.
I think Snake getting a moment like this does fit, even as early as this in the game.
You know what? It just kind of clicked with me why. It's the idea is fine. It's just that, you know, the mechanics aren't designed around action. They're designed around stealth, I'd argue, or you know, to be able to get through areas rather than just stand and fight. Even though there is cover and there's a lot of, maybe this argument falls apart. The more I'm talking, the more I'm thinking maybe it doesn't hold water. But it feels like, you know, trying to force an actual action sequence that's not a boss fight that's actually based around like an interesting idea, but just like a base shoot these guys in the corridor, kind of doesn't play to the game's strengths the way it's designed.
I don't think I would disagree with you strongly, because this game is at its best when you are traveling to like a new place, trying to stay undetected, and or at the very least have some options. There's no options here, and it isn't a boss fight, right? So obviously, like in boss fights, we can kind of, you know, be like, okay, we have to do action, and here it's like, well, this isn't this is a forced action. You know, I don't have any control over it, and there isn't an interesting character I'm engaging with, so it's kind of like, you know, I can understand like not really enjoying it because it has like the forced action part of it without any of the other side of the coin of all the boss fights, where it's like interesting character, some cool cutscenes, you know. Yeah.
We do get that right afterwards with Ocelot betraying his troops. And one thing I noticed in this cutscene that I noticed in almost all the other cutscenes of the game is that Metal Gear Solid 2 loves to rely on slow-mo for cool effect. It happens all the time. But I think the first time I remember it is Ocelot twirling his gun.
Yep. Also, interestingly, he shoots him with his left hand. Something to keep in mind is which arm Ocelot uses for things, and well, we'll kind of figure that out in a bit. But it was interesting, like, to play it again and be like, that's his left arm, all right. So you can't even be like, you know what I'm saying? I think you guys get it.
I mean, he's just that good of a gunman that he can use both hands equally well.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, Ocelot is just what a goofy goober he is, but also you got to give him credit. He certainly knows his way around that specific gun.
God damn, does he?
So here is it's hard to say because there's so many good parts of this game.
Yeah.
This is one of the coolest fucking parts of MGS2, where we have this. It's all we got to do. Like, again, if you see it on paper, we want Snake to take pictures of Metal Gear. That's it. It sounds boring, but fucking Konami made it into one of the coolest missions of all time.
And I'll just mention though, this isn't your father's Metal Gear Rex. No, what we get some backstory that I just love, that after Shadow Moses, every country on Earth started building their own Metal Gears. So because of escalation, this is a new US government Metal Gear Ray, which is an anti-Metal Gear that they built in secrecy, which is why Snake is here to force the government to actually admit that this is what they're doing. Because just like after World War II, a lot of groups around the world tried to get rid of all the nuclear weapons. Now, Snake is part of a group that's going around and trying to get all the countries to get rid of their Metal Gears.
And it's working for them flawlessly, clearly, as we can see. They were able to tackle like Shadow Moses, and what's that? You were able to take down Rex? Well, every country has a Rex, if not however many, So it's like, you guys couldn't have failed harder. And now their plan is, listen, all we gotta do, and Otacon keeps saying this, don't get caught, we're just here for pictures. All we want to do is just expose, the world to this. That's why we're here. So their plan is to take some pictures, and then we'll have peaceful protests, and everything will be solved, right, guys?
Well, I think because Raiden kind of has a go at Snake later in the game. I think Snake's organization is seen as terrorists because I think they don't just do peaceful protests. I think they've been doing a lot of action.
No, I agree. I just mean like in terms of like this specific mission.
Oh yeah, this plan.
Otacon keeps saying like we're just here for pictures, Snake, and it's like, okay, well, hopefully. Well, then again, it kind of feeds into the idea that he's trying to pass on knowledge. Hopefully that's enough.
Yep.
So it's interesting how the themes work out like that, isn't it? Almost like it was on purpose or something. Anyway,
well, it is also interesting throughout this whole section that the reason Snake and Hal are with this new organization are because of what they learned at the end of Shadow Moses too. So the themes transition like perfectly into each other in that way. Mm-hmm. It's very like that's why this is such another just reason 1,005,071 why this is like a perfect like an amazing great sequel.
When the game ended, and this is jumping ahead, I'm not going to go into specifics, but after the credits, Snake spells out the theme of this game, just like Naomi did after the credits of Metal Gear Solid, and that got me thinking about the themes of the two games and how Metal Gear Solid 2 is kind of an evolution of the first one, and just keep that in mind. We'll get to it when we get to it, but I just thought that was really cool.
It is, it's extremely cool how they did that, and I agree with Drew. But man, I feel like at the end, I feel like we'll be done like with the final boss discussion, and we'll be talking for like an hour about all the themes and shit like that. So this is gonna be crazy deep at some point.
The ending is going to get its own podcast.
Oh God.
At this rate, yeah.
Hey, I mean, at this rate, we're almost. I mean, it's only been an hour, and we're almost finished with this part. I think that's pretty darn good. Only one boss down, but come on. So, in this little section, as Drew had already kind of talked about earlier, there's a few rooms with a whole bunch of soldiers here. It's quite the intimidating, sight, where it's just like, you know, this is a stealth game. You know, you have to get in, and Otacon stresses, you know, stay hidden. And then you just see, oh, there's hundreds of soldiers here. So it's just already quite the, like, how am I going to do this? So essentially you have to go down and sneak by multiple rooms of guards who are listening to Commandant Scott Dolph's speech. He's like the head of the Marines, right? He's like the... He's not involved with the Russian... Well, hang on. We'll get to that in a second. But anyway, yeah, so he's doing a whole speech thing. Everyone's listening. And it's so cool. Man, I used to think that the Soliton radar was almost like a blight on the game, in a sense, where it's like, if you have to have an overhead map, just have the game be overhead, you know? Because like you'll always be like looking at that half the time anyway. But no, I honestly totally disagree with that now. I think having like both views, and even like first person, having 3 different views at a time just does wonders. Because yeah, like seeing all those soldiers is one thing, but seeing all their vision cones is a totally different experience. Because just, it's an overwhelming light blue, and it's like, okay, they're not looking at me, but man, this is an oppressive amount of potential eyes that could just automatically go on to me if I do one wrong move.
It's one of those things as well where, you know, they were obviously flexing on the PS2. It's like, look how much we can put on one screen now. But it plays into, the atmosphere. Like the bit I love more than anything is when you have to crawl under the projector, because if you walk in front of it, oh, there's a snake-shaped shadow on the screen. Well, is someone going to notice that?
I tried it, and they do. They all look at you. And you have, so you have like multiple rooms, and in the final room, sorry, I should say, in the first room it's just normal, it's pretty easy. In the second room, there's a projector that for some reason keeps going back and forth between 2 different screens. So you'll have every like 5 seconds or you know, like, or so, you'll have the screens switch over, and then all the guards, you can hear all their like little like footstep things, and they all turn the other way. So then you can use that to your advantage. Like, okay, they're all looking right, I can go left. But they still have like some, you know, higher official guards always looking to the side. So it's like, oh, this is a lot to keep in mind, and every single room adds an extra thing.
Yep.
I also just want to say, there's a lot of really cool hidden stuff here. I don't know why. Again, it's so cool that we have a team like this who just really wants to go all out. I was telling Dave about how Otacon was reacting to the picture you sent of a ghost, and Dave's like, "There's a ghost here? What?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "Yeah." So because like there's an achievement for it, I was like, "What the heck is this?" If you take a picture of the Commandant's face on the right screen, then you'll get like a little like ghostly image on it, and if you send it to Otacon, again even just there, you know, like if you send it to Otacon, he'll be like, "Whoa, Snake, don't freak me out. This is spooky." And you can even see like his little avatar get all like shivery. It's amazing. And then in the screenplay, I learned he has like 4 different responses, like, you know, to anything spooky, it says. If you send him any kind of spooky image, he'll have a whole bunch of different responses. Like, there's so many cool details like this where you could get, like, even if we did the exact same thing, you and I might get totally different responses and just be like blown away from that one and not even realize there's an extra 3. It's just insane.
And you told me as well, there's a guy in his underwear just hanging out among the Marines.
Yeah, in the first room, he's just in his underwear, and I had a whole bunch of pictures of him, and I had the wrong angle, but listen, hey man, I'm into what I'm into, right? But I had a whole bunch of pictures of him, and I had the wrong angle, so like Otacon didn't react the right way. But if you get the right angle, he has like a few like possible responses for something he finds really funny, and he'll just fucking like lose it. "I'm gonna piss myself again. That's so funny," you know, that kind of thing. I don't think he actually says that, but it would fit right with Otacon. Oh yeah, did you guys hear, by the way? Did you guys get the Otacon call when you were in the locker? If you call, damn it, yeah, if you call Otacon when you're in a locker, he'll be like, "Hey, Snake, this reminds you of when each of us first met." And then Snakes would be like, yeah, but hopefully this time, like, there'll be less, like, pissing pants or something like that. And he'd be like, hey, Snake, catch me a break, you know? It's
What a funny little guy.
Anyway,
Dave and Hal.
And then in the final room, we have the actual Commandant, and then you have everyone else. And through this huge... So you only have, like, you have a timer on the screen, and it just represents how long, you know, the Commandant's speech is, because Otacon was able to see the script he wrote, and then he's like, I think it'll be around, like, 7 minutes, give or take, if he throws in some more jokes in the middle of it. And you actually do end up having a lot more time, because if the timer goes to the end, he'll be like, I'm on such a roll, I'll keep going, and he'll go for another fucking minute. It's amazing. But there's a lot of cool stuff in this speech. As like Dave was saying, at one point you said they did exercises?
Yep.
So after a while, he's just like, oh, let's have everyone exercise. What freaked me out, and what's the perfect thing to put in this game, Drew and Dave, I'm sure each of you got this. I think it's like 2 minutes in or so. I think you have to get it. Is when when he's like, we always have to be aware in case there's an intruder in here. And then like, blink, and then everyone to the left. And then you'll hear the little blink noise, and everyone will turn to the left. Intruder to the right. Intruder to the back. Like, he makes everyone turn directions.
Yes, and it's so fucking funny.
Well, it's hilarious, and it's also like, it's playing on like the meta of it, where like, because again, like, they play the audio even though you aren't caught. So they're taking advantage of players' knowledge of the first game, of how even like how they're accustomed to the audio, and freaking them the fuck out in this stealth mission.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely amazing. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of really cool things in this mission. I think it's one of the best stealth missions in any game. Anyway, and at the end, all you got to do is take some pictures of Metal Gear in like certain sides of the room, upload them to Hal's secret software project like thing that he made up. He's like, oh, I have it specifically designed where all you got to do is insert it and it'll come right to my cloud. And it's like, oh, okay, Otacon, you're a fucking genius.
Dork, I love how you're Otacon. You're just doing a Morty impression. It's awesome.
He is kind of like, dude, Otacon was the original Morty. Changed my mind.
No, but he's the original Morty, but he's dressed like Rick.
That is deep. That's got to be on purpose.
Dude, that has to be... Dude, that's like
Kojima...
genius foreshadowing for Rick and Morty.
Yeah, literally, Kojima knew.
Kojima predicted Rick and Morty.
Dude, fuck The Simpsons. Kojima knows how to fucking predict shit. Like, damn. But anyway.
Yeah, he really does. Yeah, so after you take the 4 pictures...
No, after you take the 4 pictures, shit gets wild.
No, exactly. Shit gets insane. Insane. So, of course, already we were kind of like, oh, there's a lot of intrigue. You know, like, something's, like, building up to something. And, yeah, so, what? So, like, the Commandant is having a speech, and then fucking Ocelot just walks in, right?
Yeah, and,
yeah.
Here's the thing. Like, all the big moments of this game, like, I can't really remember, like, the order of events. I just remember, like, certain things, like, you know, Ocelot betraying Gerlukovich, the Commandant Dolph not being able to say the name of the Patriots, which, Dork, you said you burst out laughing the first time you said that?
Yeah, the Lolly Lule Low.
The Lolly Lule Low?
The Lolly Lule Low. Drew?
Yeah, what are we talking about, the Lolly Lule Low? What are we saying?
I think it's really hard to say, and also I make it sound like you're not unintentionally rushing it. I was practicing saying this with my girlfriend, and she was like, what are you saying? And I'm like, Lale Lule Low. And she's like, oh, okay. It's the Lale Lule Low. Are you a part of the Lale Lule Low?
Yeah, Lale Lule Low. Easy.
Easy peasy. Genius, by the way. Yeah, when I heard that, I was like, what the fuck, Kojima? What are you doing? Like, you're throwing this franchise in the meme dumpster. What's going on right now? Like, what are you doing? But no, it's actually genius, and we'll eventually get to it. But, yeah, he's like... So, it almost appears that there's 2 factions here. Ocelot is working with Gerlukovich, and like the Commandant's like, "What's going on?" But then Ocelot turns the tables on Grlukovich because Ocelot wants the Metal Gear for himself, and he says, "I'm taking it back," essentially. And then at some point, Ocelot, he fucking, it's this huge like standoff moment, and he fucking shoots Grlukovich. He fucking shoots him with his left hand. So you know he means it, right?
And he shoots pretty much every other Russian soldier in the place who was coming for him as well.
Yeah, so in a way, he kind of took care of the Marines' Russian terrorist problem, if you think about it.
But by that point, he's gotten in Metal Gear, and Snake's revealed himself now. And once Ocelot sees Snake, something starts to happen to him.
Yeah, Ocelot turns fucking Super Saiyan. No, he has this freak out where you're like, "Oh, my arm!" I forget if he actually says it, but I'm pretty sure he says liquid, right?
Well, he's holding his arm, and his arm is shaking like crazy. And you know, the funny thing, did we see him have a right arm to this point? Did the game hide it? Because it's that thing where if you played
sure
Metal
had
Gear
one.
Solid, it might not be evident to you, but you know, it's like at the end of that game, Ocelot only had one arm.
Yeah, it's funny because like it's been so long, and also, well, again, like MGS just assaults your senses with a whole bunch of stuff that you're not sure if you should like keep everything in mind or like notice everything, you know. So I think him having him having his arm back was just kind of like a thing that's just easy to miss unless you're like really observant. Because like for me, he had two arms. I didn't think anything of it, and then he's like, my arm, and well, after his arm takes over, we hear Liquid.
Yeah.
Hello, brother. I've returned. I'm back. Yes.
I won't lie, hearing Liquid's voice in Ocelot's face, like coming out of Ocelot's mouth, is such a jarring, you know, like
Yes.
Like dissonance. It's like, what's going on here?
But it's also one of those really cool things because I think it's Cam Clark who did Liquid. His performance in Metal Gear Solid was just so good. So like, you know, chewing the scenery, so wonderful. And just hearing that glee in his voice again. It's just like, yes, Liquid's back.
Yeah, it's almost like,
I agree.
you know, it's almost like a glee of like, I'm Liquid, I'm back, but also, I'm the voice actor for Liquid, I'm back. It hits both, you know?
Dude, this game truly is like the sequel to Metal Gear Solid, you know what I mean? Because Liquid is truly back and more evil than ever.
Well, it's funny you say that, Drew, foreshadowing, but I mean, so much of this game is just a plain remake of Metal Gear Solid.
In a lot of ways, yeah.
So, so Ocelot, or I guess Liquid, who the fuck knows?
I like calling him Liquid Ocelot.
Liquid Ocelot, opposed to Liquid Snake, right? He hops into the Metal Gear Ray, and then the whole like tanker, you know, is just he shoots himself out or something, and the whole like tanker starts to flood.
He lasers the fuck out of it, and then there's that really cool shot of like slow-mo Metal Gear Ray jumping off the tanker into the sea.
Yeah, like this fucker's amphibious as fuck, boy. Like, what the hell, man? He's so ready for that water. Like, it's crazy because it's, again, if you think about it, this is such a goofy, like visual. This is a gigantic metal, like nuclear pet, and he has the whole like destruction of the world inside him, and he's doing like a little Free Willy move, like what's going on?
And I believe when Ray first opens up and bursts through the ship, it's got the same like primal dinosaur scream that Rex has,
which we'll input now in case either way we'll input his scream. Yeah, that is a crazy moment. Yeah, it seems like the whole like tanker's gonna go under. There goes Metal Gear Ray, and the fucking game's done.
Yeah, doesn't it, like, Snake doesn't actually escape. It just kind of fades to black, doesn't it?
And then, yeah, he even, Dave, yeah, he ends with Mr. President. You should know that. So how about like you talk about it as if you already knew and I didn't just look it up. Right?
Oh, no. You could just tell me and I've reacted to it. That's cool.
Well, I just told it to you, Dave. Let's hear your reaction. Wait, what? I think I got confused. I'm sorry.
I mean, you told me about it and I laughed and enjoyed it. So, like, that's cool.
It's getting so meta.
Yeah.
So then, after Ocelot reveals, in a moment very, very, very similar to the ending of MGS1, crazy, right? This fucking sequel here, right? Mm-hmm. He's like, oh, yes, this was all according to plan, just like Shadow Moses was apparently according to plan. What? And he goes, Mr. President. And then fucking that's it. That's it. That's MGS2, baby, right there.
Very good Ocelot.
Oh, you like that?
That was actually a
thanks.
very good impression. Yeah.
Oh, man, that makes me feel really good. Thank you.
And now we insert disc 2, am I right? No. This is a DVD on a PS2. You don't need to insert disc 2. Well, actually, it didn't take them too many years before you got multi-disc PS2 games. But
Tangent Dave at it again.
Yeah, but no. To be serious, I actually have a question for you both. It's been like a year and a half since we last played Metal Gear Solid. I think we did that like mid 2023, and ever since we finished recording that episode, I've been hyping up Metal Gear Solid 2. And I just want to know, you were probably sick of me hyping the game up so much, but I want to know, after all this time, you two have finally played it. Was it worth the hype?
I couldn't hold it. Wait a minute, I feel like I heard someone say this recently.
I was gonna say that sounds that sounds pretty flipping familiar.
Oh, did I already ask that question?
I think you might have.
I mean, it's almost like you get through a significant portion of a video game and then the game starts tutorializing its basic functions all over again.
Amazing.
Yeah. So here's where the comparisons to Metal Gear Solid really come into play, because we've got a character in a breathing suit swinging underwater into a facility. And I think at this point we hear the Colonel narrating what is happening, what happened, because it's been 2 years since the tanker sunk. And apparently it was an ecological disaster, because I guess maybe Metal Gears have a bunch of toxins on board. I don't know. But to stop basically the whole of the Hudson River and the eastern seaboard being polluted, they built this thing called the Big Shell, which is like a big environmental cleanup facility. And what's happened is that the president and his team were there to just see how everything was going. I think it was a photo op. And a bunch of terrorists who I believe were former Foxhound, called Dead Cell, have taken over the facility. They've captured the president, and they are going to, are they just going to kill him, or were they going to do something else?
Well, they're trying to get $30 billion of ransom.
That's true. I know the ransom, but what was the threat? Were they just going to kill the president, or were they going to unleash?
Kill the president, and then were they going to blow up Big Shell? Like, was that like the threat? Or what was
No,
it?
I think that was just Tatman later on going off script.
Yeah, I think they were just gonna kill all the hostages, right? Or at least they were using the threat of that. I think it was just money.
But anyway, so yeah, we've got we're sending in someone whose code name is Snake into this facility. It's funny because they're approaching the chain link fence underwater, and a hole's already been cut into it. Isn't that weird? But you go into the facility, and Colonel Campbell comes on the codec, And really weirdly, straight away, the colonel says, you know what? We're not calling you Snake. We're going to give you the codename Raiden because the leader of this terrorist group is calling himself Solid Snake. And Raiden, who I guess is our new protagonist, goes, but wait, Snake died in that tanker 2 years ago. That can't be the real Snake. Dun, dun, dun.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Dave, I think it's very funny you chose like that little thread to go dun 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 to, because there's quite literally like 20 other dun dun duns you could have done for other things, because there's so much what's going on. Because again, I think everyone's aware of this, right? This game, it doesn't affect anybody. It's so funny how this works, because a video game at the time of its release is like a whole different animal than how it is perceived like years later. And especially now, everyone knows like this is the game where you play Raiden. At the time, and you can even see it in the intro fucking video of this game. It's so goddamn impressive. Because like the tanker, you can do a lot of stuff in the tanker. There's even action sequences, crazy, right? And after a while, like we see Snake, in like a few scenes in this part too. But they crammed every Snake thing that they could, and made trailers about MGS2 as if Snake was the guy you're playing the whole time. Everything happens when you're controlling Snake, and again, so much happens when you play as Snake that this could look like it's little small parts of a grander like Shadow Moses type thing, right? And instead, they fucking pull the rug out and go, actually, this guy who we just said was Snake, no, he's our guy now. You're playing this guy.
And I have vague memories of, the fans did not take it well.
Because fans are
babies. I believe that. I especially believe that because you start having conversations with Raiden, and he's a total rookie, and he's got long hair, and he's a total pretty boy, and then he opens and the colonel's like, Raiden, you're on the big mission, and then Raiden's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? I don't know fucking anything, bro.
Yeah, he is
like this little snot.
He is. I think he's so much more oblivious than Snake was in Metal Gear Solid, and Snake was pretty oblivious in that game.
True,
that's a
but
very good way to put it.
You are right, but there's, I think, a lot more reason for Raiden to be this oblivious, whereas Snake, it's just like, we had to contact him last minute. You know how scheduling works. I feel like that one is more of like, Snake, you're a hardened guy, shouldn't you be, whereas this one is like, he's new and all this other shit.
Holy shit, we forgot something so important in the tanker, and it links into Snake's obliviousness. When you first enter the room with Metal Gear Ray in the tanker, I guess they just put this in for fan service, and I appreciate it, but it's still fucking stupid. The camera goes on Snake, and he just goes, Metal Gear!
Metal Gear! Listen. It could be fan service. It could be great like bait, to have this trailer idea where they only show Snake and not Raiden.
That's true.
But also, I also think, it looks I can understand. I can interpret it as more of like a, holy shit, I'm in the room with this thing. Like it actually is here. Opposed to, wait, what? Metal Gear?
No, that's fair. And Ray is a lot more weird looking than Rex.
Yeah. Also, I'm sorry, I kind of glaze for. I really like Snake. I think he's a really fucking cool guy. So I will defend him at any point. So if you're talking trash about Snake, put your boxing gloves on, because we're gonna have a duel.
well, no, that's fair. What are your thoughts on Raiden?
I really like him, but it's hard. Here's the thing, right? It's hard not to. You have to admit that almost half of his lines are him going, "What?"
Yeah,
it's him. It's the Futurama episode where the old robot puts in the VHS tape thing in his belly, and it just goes, "What?" over and over.
Wait, can I actually? So, what do you guys think about this? What do you guys think about this thought? Do you think Raiden sounds 50% like Philip J. Fry.
He's got a little bit of the nasal to him.
Yeah.
I can hear
He's
it.
a funny little guy.
I think his name is Flynn something. He's actually a really prolific voice actor.
Quentin Flynn, is that it?
Quentin Flynn, yep.
Yeah.
Other roles.
I'll just say it's crazy because he's actually a voice actor for one of the games I'm covering, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Like they don't sound anything alike. So
Cool.
This is how I even learned how many roles he's had. I'm like, "Oh, kudos to Quentin Flynn. He has range."
Cool.
Guys, he played a Sonic character.
Oh, I knew Drew would
Guys.
fucking find this out.
He plays
Which
Silver the Hedgehog in Sonic 06.
Oh wow.
It's no use. That's fucking awesome. Anyway,
You
let's
know
move
a
on
line
before
from
I
that
start thinking
character from
about-
that game?
Yeah, fucking course I do.
That's insane, Drew.
Is it ironic love or you
I
just love
actually
Sonic?
do. No, I actually do. And he plays Axel in Kingdom Hearts. Are you joking?
Quentin Flynn, man.
Quentin Flynn, and he plays Ingen in Crash Bandicoots. He plays
Bandicoot?
I guess
think
Venom in
it's
some
only,
Spider-Man game.
I think he only plays Engine in like the Cortex Strikes Back. Like it's after 3, right?
Oh, okay. That would make sense. And he plays the alien prince from The Wonderful 101. That's fucking awesome. Wow,
Yeah,
this guy
dude, yeah.
rocks.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. Yeah, I mean I don't know him personally, but
Yeah.
I think it's really fun to see. Like I just have like a big appreciation like for voice acting, and I don't know why, but I really enjoy being like, oh, it's this guy. He's got good work, you know.
And it's the thing where I think you said it because half of Raiden's lines are him not knowing what's going on. You know, it's not the voice actor's fault. There's not much you can do with that. But, you know, later on when you hear Raiden's backstory and he's telling it to Rose, you like that really sold me on his character. And I thought that was a wonderful performance by both voice actors in that scene. So like, you know,
Yeah,
They did do a good job, yeah.
writing really has so much to do with it. Because also, I like David Hayter, but you know, half the time he's just responding to things incredulously.
It's true.
But to go back to like this intro part is so Metal Gear Solid because it's a little underground water area. And suddenly you have an elevator and a bunch of boxes and 2 guards, and you have to avoid the guards while you wait for the elevator to come down. But the snag here is that you have to go to the console in order to engage the Soliton radar, and you have to do that in every separate area of the big shell, which is something I found annoying. But I know, Dork, you liked this idea.
I loved it. I'll talk about that in a bit, but so there's 2 things I wanted to point out. If you recall, at the opening of the podcast, I was like, so guys, you know, MGS1 kind of got you started right away, you know? It was like, here's a little tease of what's going to happen, you know? Cool. You're able to get your feet wet. Ha ha ha, literally. And then, you know, in MGS2, it kind of starts you off and a whole bunch of cutscenes. Well, wouldn't you know, like some would say the real start of MGS2 starts, you know, like it's almost like the Demon Souls, you know, the actual Demon Soul starts now. You'll see like a message from, you know, like the Colonel, the real MGS2 starts now. And sure enough, yeah, because this is exactly like you get to have a little like taste. You have the whole like elevator bit, almost like a 1-to-1 recreation. Weird, right? And then you have a little bit more information as you go up in the elevator. But here's a crazy difference. Someone went up the elevator before you, and the guards are knocked out.
And you get a pretty good view of them, too.
Yeah, it almost looks like a dude who's got a great ass.
True.
It's Meryl.
A dude, a guy. Actually, I don't know. Let me see their
It's Meryl disguised as a guard.
Oh, not again. Zoom in on that butt. Go harder. This is what it's like to go even further beyond. We go in her rectum.
Oh, gross. That's awesome.
Anyway.
I don't want to play that on-rail shooter.
No, it was a VR mission. Don't worry.
Oh, we'll be talking about VR missions soon enough.
Yeah, in fact, because even in this little section, like Raiden's like, well, I guess he mostly talks about it when he meets Pliskin, right? So like, we'll hold off until we talk about Pliskin. But
I believe then on the elevator up, just like in Metal Gear Solid, you meet the rest of your codec team, which is actually very small this time. There's no Mei Ling. There's no Naomi. Who else was there? There's no Nastasha.
Who is the look at this rat I found?
That's Master Miller. There's no Master Miller. There's no rats to be found.
Well, there are a whole bunch of lice bugs.
There are
a bunch of seagulls. There's a bunch of seagulls.
And if you kill the seagulls, they'll freak out at you. Yeah.
And their poop can be very deadly after a surgical game.
Yeah, I've died to the slipping on the poop.
Yeah. One of the you learn this fairly quickly once you get a hold of Raiden. But one of the really cool things, because I guess he's young and spry, but you press the X button and Raiden does this really cool cartwheel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he does the cartwheel, and later on in the game, when you do it, you see that he's got no balls.
What?
Oh.
He's an
That
action
probably
figure.
was not intentional, but then again, they couldn't really show that and keep a what is this game
straight
rated?
face.
Like T, probably.
Yeah.
I think this is M, right?
Oh, is it him? Well,
With
I guess
all the
there is
blood, I
still
would think
like
so.
AO above it, so I guess they still had to keep it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think for 2001,
interesting.
this would have been sold to teenagers.
Yeah, that's true.
But I believe on the codec call up. Oh, sorry, Dork, you're looking up things.
It is M for mature, but again, M for mature back then was like GTA, like fucking like GTA San Andreas, where you hand to your 12-year-old
Yes.
and go kill hookers. It's okay.
Australia didn't get a R rating for video games till the early 2010s. So stuff that would be banned, like GTA, was able to be sold to teenagers.
Oh, dude, that actually is a crazy cultural difference that explains it. That's wild.
It was a huge thing in the 2000s because we also had like a culture warrior who was trying to ban video games because they were filth, and he was a prominent politician. He was basically our Jack Thompson, if you remember that crackpot.
I don't, sadly.
Oh, yeah, he was a Florida lawyer that was trying to get violent games banned. And he eventually got disbarred because he's a kook.
I love accountability.
Yeah.
I love accountability.
But so on the codec call up, I believe is when you're introduced to your save analyst, who is who is Raiden's girlfriend, Rose.
Yeah,
What a
you
coincidence.
know what? Dave, speaking of that, I'm glad you said that, because I have a bone to pick with Rose, all right? So as Dave was saying,
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I do too. I do
already?
too. But you go first, Dork.
Okay, so as Dave was saying, Rose is Raiden's girlfriend, and he's like, why is this analyst on the mission? And the colonel's like, do you remember Shadow Moses? Well, we found that you have to have a will to go on. I have my reasons. Stop asking questions. You know, he just says some stupid reasoning for it, and Raiden's like, oh, fine. I still love you, Rose, but come on, man. You know, but the colonel. Oh, okay. So I should say this first. Rose says, "Oh, I've agreed to work with you on this mission, but with these understandings, I'm not a part of your team. This and this is this." And he goes, "Fine, that's all fine. But I have one request for you. Call him Raiden for this mission." And she goes, "Okay, I can do that." And she never called him
never
Raiden
does.
ever again.
Yeah.
She said Jack every time, even when they're in the same, even when the colonel and Rose are in the same call. Boy, that ChatGPT really shit the bed, huh?
Spoilers.
Boy, I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder.
It's why civilians should not be on missions.
It is pretty
True.
wild though. Like even ignoring like what we eventually know. Well, in fact, ignoring what we eventually know, right? And treating this as is. And what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Why is
What
this?
the fuck?
Why did the Colonel bring his girlfriend into this? Like, again, you know, because of all the complaints about Raiden and on their whole, like, you know, stupid, like, love story, which is pretty cringe AF at many moments, right? Because they do not belong together, at least from what we see, you know, at certain parts of the game. I can kind of see why, if you're a person who's like, oh yeah, Solid Snake, I love MGS because there's no politics in it, right? Let's fucking go, right? And and then you get to this fucking, you know, like, pretty boy who isn't named Snake, and then he's fucking arguing with his girlfriend about, oh, do you remember what day it is tomorrow? I don't remember what day it is tomorrow. Oh, well, I hope you do. Rose, I gotta get back to the mission.
We watched King Kong like 15 times in one night. It was fucking awesome.
That was our first date, watching King Kong all night long.
Because we argued about what building he climbed up.
Yeah,
Those
and
fucking
you said
Japanese
and you
tourist
said-
idiots.
Yeah, I was like, dude, why the fuck did she say that? She was like, yeah, we were talking to these two Japanese women, and you said that King Kong was in Seattle, and I said King Kong was in New York, and then we were arguing about it, and then the Japanese women left, and then we went to your apartment, and we watched King Kong 15 times.
Every time you said Japanese woman, it reminded me of Futurama, like the Lucy Liu. Fry, I love how you notice two things.
Literally, and it fits so well with who Rose is, so it's amazing.
It does.
But I think it's so true. I didn't know exactly what you meant, but I just, like, you know, kind of inferred. I thought it was just, oh, I see Japanese tourists. Like, immediately, these Japanese tourists over here.
No,
Like, what the fuck?
whenever people phrase things like that, I always think of conversations with, like, my grandma, who's like, you know, very old, and she's of course very well-meaning, but like she was raised in a very different time, and so sometimes I'll be having a conversation, I'll be like, Grandma, what were you doing today? And she's like, yeah, I met up with this black guy today. And I was like, Grandma, who cares? What are you
Just
talking
say
about?
guy.
Yeah, literally. It's like, I know you're old, so it's like not worth having an argument about, but I'm
Drew,
just
it's
like,
exotic.
Grandma, come on. Huh?
It's exotic. No, okay,
True.
actually, okay, so obviously we know this was made by a Japanese team, right?
Yeah,
So,
of course.
but I also think it's hilarious. I'm sorry, we have to hit the quota. In Dead Rising, there are two there are two Japanese survivors. That game's also made by a Japanese team, and they have the characters say they're probably tourists. So it's just interesting how it seems like Japanese development teams, you know, I would say 2 is an okay sample size to draw from, because how often do you see, you know, then try to, you know, have like a Americanized, like, you know, like their interpretation of what America is. Perhaps you could say that's like that's indicative of how they see, like, Americans. Oh, anytime they see a Japanese person, they always think it's a tourist. So maybe it's an insult to us.
That's true.
Here's
Which is
where
actually genius.
here's where my mind went when you were about to say that. I'm like, well, after World War II, why would any Japanese person want to willingly live in America? And now I'm thinking about the bombs, but I was meaning the internment.
I'm aware of what you meant.
It's as I was saying it, I'm like, oh, that could apply to the bombs as well. But yeah, it stands.
Dave, can you please keep politics out of this discussion right now, man?
Yeah, we're talking about Metal Gear Solid right now. It's about war. It's about nukes. It has nothing to do with World War II.
No politics. It's just about a terrorist group who wants to build a new nation out of New York, whose leader is the ex-president of the United States.
Man, I can't wait till we talk about the story, because even though it's incredible in a way, I want to insult a certain character. Anyway, but we're not even close to there yet. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I want to insult Rose right now. And actually, I'm gonna see Dave, my friend. I'm actually gonna see if you've been paying attention to me the last year and a half or so. What do you think my problem with Rose is?
I already know what. I already know what. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Oh, I'm drawing a
No,
blank now.
No, it's still Dave's turn. He gets one big guess.
Well, now I'm feeling bad because obviously I'm not as observant as maybe I should be.
No, it's fine. All right, Dave, Dork, you can buzz in.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. Oh. What is... She's a pick-me girl.
Oh, you even said that in the Discord chat.
She is such a pick-me girl. She's like, Jack, pick me, please. And Ryan's like, what the I'm literally at work right now, babe. What the fuck?
But
She's like,
Drew,
okay,
Drew,
Jack.
Drew, we do find out that there was a reason behind that. She was literally a pick-me girl.
She literally was a pick. She literally, oh my god. Yeah, we'll get to that later. That was fucking stupid.
I knew exactly what you meant because there's one line that like stuck out to me, and I put it in the Discord. She at one point, like, Raiden says a very cheesy, weird line after she's like, "I'll hold through for you" or whatever, where he goes, "Man, women are really strong," and I'm just like, that's a weird line to write, but it's only so Rose can say, "Well, not women, me, I'm strong." It's like, what? Like, what do you?
Oh my god.
Well,
oh my
Drew's
god.
gone.
Who let Kojima cook with this woman for real? Oh my god. Yeah, for real. She is
Now do you dislike Rose more than Meryl?
Yes. Well,
Okay,
actually,
no,
wait a minute. Actually, let me actually think, because I said that purely as a reactionary response. Let me actually think about this.
Well, the gut response might be the truth.
Well,
Or perhaps she hasn't actually, because there are other things to consider, so.
Yeah, like the fact that Meryl is a person.
I mean, barely,
true.
but sure.
I guess that's true. So I guess I do dislike. I care about Rose less than I did care about Meryl. How about I say that? How's that sound? But guys, there's yet another reason I don't like Rose.
Oh, I love.
Do you
this
think
is
you
the
guys
best
can
part of the podcast?
Can you guys also figure out what that might be, Dave? You wanna try your hand again?
Well, I could go for the snarky answer
What's that?
because she's a woman.
True, actually true, Dave. Dork,
Dave's just the
do you
host.
wanna?
Yeah. It's because she's not mailing.
Yep, it's because she's not mailing, and damn it, they were giving me, man, I was so upset in those first hours of the game too, because Snake fucking agrees with fucking Dorkax of all people, the world's biggest mailing hater about mailing, and that just broke my damn heart. And then Rose doesn't even have a funny, like, Rose's gimmick is being a pick-me girl, and isn't saying charming Chinese proverbs and being adorable.
Oh, we have to mention this then. So yes, at the tanker section, the way you save is you call Otacon, and the first time you do that, he's like, "I know I'm not Mei Ling, but I'm gonna try and do what she does," and then he fucks up a bunch of proverbs, and it's great every time you save with him. It's something really funny. And Dork, could you tell Drew and our audience what you told me?
Yeah, that screenplay is a godsend because, of course, it's interesting, like looking at all the details and how much they plan shit out. But yeah, it shows all the Kodai calls. I don't even know how a person could even think of saving 12 different times in the 2-hour tanker section, right? 12 times. But if you save 12 times in the tanker section, Otacon, he brings in Mei Ling, and Mei Ling speaks to Snake. She goes, "Are you stealing my proverbs?"
Otacon, I can't believe that you were trying to read one of my proverbs. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to talk to you.
And I did notice that. I don't know if I would have if you hadn't told me, Dork. But yeah, in the credits at the end of the game, when the cast was going back, I noticed Mei Ling down at the bottom.
I noticed that too after I finished, and I was like, it's funny because it's one of those things that stuck out, but it didn't, like it wasn't like its own thought. I knew it seemed out of place, but I just didn't understand why. And now I do, because, she wasn't in the game, but yeah, she was. Yeah, she was.
Yes, she was.
It's just a shame Drew didn't call Otacon fucking 12 times.
I know. Next time I play the game, I will have to save 12 damn times. Yeah, seeing Mei Ling in the credits again. That's a bigger superstar moment than seeing Dave in the credits of Psychonauts 2. Am I right?
and I mean, Rose kind of addresses the complaint that Dork did have about Mei Ling, one of them in the MGS podcast, where Rose often doesn't actually continue a conversation with Raiden after you save. It'll just be like, okay, Jack, see you later. I mean, every now and then there will be a longer one. Yeah, that was your complaint in MGS because your idea was...
Okay. Yeah. You know what I see? Shut the fuck up. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I was doing a Germa bit. That was a Germa fucking green screen movie night bit. Okay. my references are very specific. No, I think I had an interesting point, and I still think I agree. I still think I agree with it in terms of ranking, but it's very. I mean, again, if this was a critique, I think I would point it out just because it's an interesting like talking point to think about. But I do, because there's about half the calls with Rose have like more like character moments, which I liked, and half of them are just like. And I was trying to eke them out of her, and half the time she's like, okay, see ya. I'm like, oh, you're not gonna. I want to hear more of your shit.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's about it. See ya.
Which is, I have to wonder if some of them are kind of triggered by certain moments of the game, because the conversation, one of the ones I remember the most, because it's kind of the most wild conversation you have with her before Jack reveals his backstory, is his white room conversation. The only time he raised his hand to Rose. And that happened, I think, after the Harrier. Or at least that's when I got it.
I still, after thinking about it more, I think that's a mistranslation. It's gotta be. Because I just don't think the implications of the phrase, he raised his hand to her, means he's gonna hit her. I just don't think that's Raiden. I don't know. I just didn't get that impression at all. Yeah. I feel like it should be replaced with voice, He raised his voice.
Or he was like, he had a moment of anger and he caught himself. But even that's still pretty bad.
Yeah, that is one of the exchanges that, especially in the big 2025, that it really does come out of left field, and you're just like, huh? We're talking about this now? What the fuck?
Well, I think if I were to rewrite this, and it isn't like trying to I'm sure, because everyone always cries about like censorship. It's just, I don't think it works in that way. Because again, I think like Raiden has been, of course they argue, but he's not like getting super angry or anything. He doesn't seem like he like taps into the emotion of that much anger. So I feel like if he would, it would just be, he actually like yelled for once. Yeah. I feel like that would get the point across in the exact same way, opposed to I'm gonna hit you, bitch.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Especially,
I agree with that.
Especially for the, you did that because I actually forced myself and saw your room for once.
Yeah, that whole like room thing, like it was so funny because Dave and Drew were ahead of me. Obviously, Dave already played the game, but Drew was already like past this point too. And I was like, dude, like Raiden's like talking like an incel, every now and then. Dude, I bet he like in his room he goes on Reddit, has a whole bunch of like Cheetos. His room is trashed like Asmon Gold or something. And then Dave's like, no spoilers, but literally the exact opposite.
Dave fucking slid his sunglasses on across his arms. Yeah, it's actually literally not that. So
I got my Redditor fedora, and I was like, no.
Tip the hat.
actually, it's
Yeah.
literally the opposite of what that you just said. So
But maybe this might be a bit sad, but that conversation, ever since I played the game, has stuck with me because I've never been one for like posters and adorning my room with stuff. So I always kind of think back to your room is empty. There's nothing there. I'm like,
It
but
was
that's
just
the
a
way I
bed
like.
and a desk.
That's the way I like to have my stuff. Is there something
No, it's
wrong
just
with
a-
me?
Wait, guys,
well,
r/. Male living space. Have you guys seen that subreddit? It's literally like, hey guys, what do you
Oh.
think? And people will be like, maybe put some posters up at least. You fucking.
it's like maybe get your CRT for Melee off the fucking floor, bro. What are we doing here?
Yeah, it's look, guys. Here, I'll raise my glasses again. I'm into minimalism. Thank you.
No, I it took me a long time before like before the place I'm living currently, I like wasn't sure exactly when I was going to move, so I like didn't put my posters up, so my walls were empty for a long time. So sometimes it, right in being a former military kid, moving around a lot, not, Raiden is kind of tossed around a lot, kind of treated like he is treated by a weapon in many ways. So in a lot of ways, he probably just doesn't feel a sense of permanence, or he doesn't want to set roots like in any way, right?
Which
And
is
so I think
why
that's what Rose is getting at. Yeah.
well because the big issue in their relationship is because he will not open himself up to her at all.
I also think he doesn't ever want to stay comfortable. So I feel like his extremely minimalist room is just more of like I don't want to get comfortable at night, which we eventually, as he has the huge discussion. That's
Yeah.
why I can't ever sleep beside you at night. I'm always, I don't think we're quite there yet, though, are we? Dave?
No.
So I probably want to hold that off
So
until.
so we're going up in the elevator.
Literally, I feel so bad for future Dork. I might have to skim through and find all these goddamn codec calls. Otherwise, I might be at Fat Man by this point.
It's yeah. But look, the more we talk about now, we can skip over it later. It works
True.
kind
That's
of.
kind of true. That's kind of true.
Yeah.
So like the game introduces the grip mechanic because you have to. It's a good way to get past the guards on the bridge to B-Strut. So the
And-
big yes.
I'm sorry, I already have to interrupt. And another cool detail: why the fuck did they put this in for fucking like masochists here, or like fucking psychopaths? Yeah. So if you notice, you have a grip gauge, and it says level
Yeah.
1. Yeah. If you do 100 pull-ups on a ledge, which again you have a finite amount of stamina, so you can't do it all in one go. So you have to keep hopping back up and hopping back off, and keep doing some pull-ups. And once you get to 100, you'll up your grip gauge to level 2, and you'll even have the colonel call you, Raiden. With your continued efforts, you've now increased your level to grip gauge 2. It's like so stupid. And then if you do 100 more, you'll get to grip level 3. And I have a very, very sad tale. You'll notice from the footage that every other scene, I have grip gauge level 1, even though, as you're seeing right now, I have grip gauge level 3. I unlocked it. The X button falls. It makes you fall. So I was pressing through the codec, and I pressed X instinctively for some stupid reason, and then I fell to my death, and I was back to level 1, and I was like, I'm not doing that for 10 minutes again. You
Wait,
have to
wait.
press triangle to get back up, not X.
So if you, then that's even more stupid that it doesn't last upon death. Maybe if you saved, it would have been okay. I don't know.
No. Yeah, so how this game's little checkpoint system works, and this is what I was actually abusing on hard, which I kind of feel bad about, but it works out. As long as you go into a different room, then it automatically saves internally. It isn't you can turn the game off save, but it's like a little save where if you die, you'll revert right back there. So for instance, on hard, I would go in, I would, or here's an awesome example: grabbing items, or like turning on the little uh, Soliton radar thing, right? If I was in the room for a while and I had already accomplished that, and I was kind of like risking it, oh, I want to get everyone's dog tags, and I was caught, well, I would have to, I'd respawn in the room again, as if I just entered it, and all that progress is lost. Whereas eventually, what I was learning was to, kind of cheese the system. Okay, I already have this guard's dog tags. I'm gonna leave the area and I'm gonna come back, and then if I happen to die again, I have the guy's dog tags. Or actually, that's a terrible example, because apparently dog tags always save.
Oh, okay.
Even if you die.
But
So,
no,
either way,
I did the
items
same.
and stuff.
I did the same thing with using the quick save system to help, in case things went bad.
Yeah, it's a shame that it exists, but also I love that it exists. I don't know how to feel about it.
No, I think it's really solid, because also, yeah, because older games. This happened when I went back to play System Shock 2 when that first came out on GOG. That doesn't have checkpointing. The checkpointing is the area you enter in. You can spend hours in each area. And I hadn't played an older game in so long, I wasn't getting used to quick saving. So I spent like 90 minutes playing that one night, and then I fell off a ledge and died, and it put me right back to 90 minutes before when I entered that area. And I'm like, well, that's me playing System Shock 2. I'm done.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes, yeah, when you go back to these older games, they don't always have the affordances that we're used to. So it's cool that at least Metal Gear Solid 2 has a level of it.
Yeah, it has like, because it's interesting, because I think we'll eventually talk about how, like the tanker, well, no, even there, but like the shell, like the big shell especially, it's just a whole bunch of connected small rooms. As you were saying, every room's like a little individual puzzle, opposed to MGS1, who had a little more like open areas, to explore. Whereas this one's is just like a whole bunch of small rooms. So, you're always going to be entering and exiting. And it's a nice way to make sure, here's a little checkpoint for you. If players like figure out you can abuse it, it honestly doesn't ruin anything. The only thing I think is actually like not okay, even though I was abusing it, if you took down a guard who also like with the whole, like this guard isn't responding, that kind of thing. And then like they send in more guards because like the guy wasn't saying nothing here. So only the guys who have the radio on have that little duty. So it's only them you have to keep alive, or keep in their little routes. You can take out everybody else and hide them, as long as the guys assigned to the radio are able to contact on the radio. That won't ever happen, which is really cool already, right? But two, though, if you do take out the guy with the radio, and eventually the guy goes, "What's going on? You haven't, send in your reports. Respond." Even as he's saying, communications from Strut F have ceased. Send in. Even if he's in the middle of trying to send in reinforcements and you leave and come back, it's like he never said it, and like the timer resets.
Okay.
So it's really unfortunate you can cheese it to that extent, but I did do it.
But then on the other, I guess, side of that, there have been times where I've been on alert and I leave an area and it's all good, and then I go back and basically I'm screwed because they're all kind of waiting for me, like like the alert's still playing out there, and I went to safety even though I didn't wait for the alert to go away. And sometimes they will chase you to new areas, and sometimes they won't. But it's really weird how the system plays out like that. Anyway, we were going into Strut B after coming up from the elevator.
Yep. Yeah. This is all because I talked about the grip mechanic. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And Drew, I'd love to get your notes on this cutscene, which starts out very reminiscent of a certain hallway full of slaughtered men, like the lead up to the cyborg ninja fight in Metal Gear Solid.
Very cool. Especially because there is like a lot of blood on the ground. I would not consider Metal Gear Solid to be like like a gory franchise, you know? Like I wouldn't consider it to ever be that level of violence really. But it is shocking to come in and see lots of corpses on the ground, and even a couple people do get killed once it is, you know, revealed who's doing it, and it's a fucking weirdo guy zipping around. What the fuck? That's fucking crazy. So it is like, it is like Dave said at the beginning. I think I agree with you, because it's like up until now it's like, yep, we're on the mission, and then you walk in and it's like, oh, fucking vampire. Huh?
A vampire who loves knives and
Yeah.
is voiced by Phil Lamar, who, among many other voices, does Hermes on Futurama.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
amazing. I have to say, I Dave, you'll love this. So I've been playing a whole lot of Balatro recently. Dave,
Good lord.
Vamp has now infected me. If I use a queen, I go, queen.
It's so fucking funny.
So eventually, like we'll see, Vamp, which is a great Kojima name for a vampire, genius Kojima. Vamp. He's with Fortune, also a great name, Kojima, and he always refers to her as Queen, but the way he says it, Queen, it's icon. I'll say it's iconic as fuck. All right, I fucking love Vamp, and
Yeah.
I will say, hang on, is it okay right now if I kind of talk about his voice?
Yeah, sure.
I was playing Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic recently, the first game, and I was kind of like caught off guard because it's been almost 20 years, and I was like, oh, I forgot about all these side characters. So I was trying to get more invested in the ones that I vaguely forgot about, and I was like, oh, Juhani, sure, and she's like this like Russian like cat lady essentially, but a huge problem with her is I didn't want to keep talking to her because I could hear her fucking mouth clicks constantly, like her saliva in her mouth. I could hear it, and it was grating on me every single fucking line. And I was like, I'm gonna try to listen, but I'm not invested. However, Vamp, every time his mouth clicked, it added to it because he was so soft spoken and he was so, you know, brutish. You know, he had the brooding. You know, he's like if like the Matrix, you know, was like he's a vampire out of the Matrix. Actually, there are vampires in the Matrix.
Yeah, there are.
Whatever. You get my point. Like
Yeah,
he's
I
like
do.
that like wannabe. I have a trench coat. You know. Oh yes, I'm oh queen. So anytime it clicked, I was like, oh dude, like I'm getting really into this guy's voice. I loved hearing this guy talk. What a
Yeah.
fucking crazy character. Kojima and friends were like, wait a minute, you thought, you know, the first game was nuts where we had like a fucking like psychic guy? Dude, we have an actual vampire here.
And not just an actual vampire, we have several other wacky characters.
Yeah. Maybe this is the right place to ask. I really wanted to know how you thought Dead Cell measured up to Foxhound from Metal Gear Solid.
I was thinking about it, and I don't dislike anybody in Dead Cell, but I do think Foxhound left a bigger impact. And of course they still do because, you know, Ocelot is still here. But
And Liquid.
yeah, and Liquid, of course, and there literally is a Vulcan Raven cameo, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about that.
Yeah,
Man, there's a whole bunch of cool details. Real quick. In like the tanker section as Snake, you see like this little shadow on the wall, and it's the outline of fucking Vulcan Raven. And it's a small cutscene, and Snake's like, Raven, what? And you realize it's like this little like small like figurine statue. But if you call Otacon at that point, they'll fucking talk about what he should do next if it's really him. Like, Snake, just walk 5 feet, you'll figure it out.
And I think
that's really funny.
I think that was also to show off, hey, look at the light and shadow things we can do with the PS2.
Oh no, absolutely. I said it in the chat. I was like, I cannot believe Kojima wrote this ridiculous visual gag just to show off the lighting engine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah. So Foxhound had Decoy Octopus, who we never really saw in the game. It
Oh, we
had
saw him, all right.
it had Vulcan Raven. It had Revolver Ocelot. It had Sniper Wolf. It had Psycho Mantis, and it had Liquid Snake. Dead Cell has
6.
Vamp, Fortune, Fat Man, and Solidus. And I guess Ocelot is working for them, but he never felt like he was part of them.
I agree. I don't think at any point I was thinking he was with them, or not with them, but anytime I would think of Dead Cell, he wasn't in the little infographic.
Yeah.
So he wasn't in there for me.
Well, even Fat Man's like whole arc of the game feels relatively self-contained because he's never hanging out with anyone else from Dead Cell the way that, Fortune and Vamp shared like multiple cutscenes together.
Yeah.
So
Also, Olga was even there, even though she wasn't a member of Dead Cell. She had a scene with Solidus. So there you go.
and we'll get into this later, but she even stands in for a member of Foxhound because Foxhound continues to have an impact on this game's plot, even though they're all dead except for Ocelot and Liquid. So yeah, Foxhound just has a bigger impact as a group of bad guys. I like Foxhound better, but I don't dislike anyone from Dead Cell. I just think Dead Cell as an organization just has less impact.
How I see Dead Cell, and I'm sure this is how we're almost meant to, perhaps not like this, to this degree, but it's Wish.com Foxhound, like it's like, oh, okay, like this is like the Temu version of it. All right, sure, because I mean, sure, you already have fewer members, but they don't have that history of, because again, like Foxhound, they were ex-members of Foxhound, right? Like it was a thing that like Snake's in Foxhound too, right? Like that's the whole point.
I think it was that he left Foxhound a while back, and this is the new Foxhound that have turned on the government.
Right. So you have some history there. Whereas like Dead Cell just kind of feels like a random thing, like these guys, these guys. I mean, I'm sure. I think there is a scene where they explain it a little bit more, but it's kind of hard to keep all of it in my head. I won't lie, because they do info dumps in a whole lot of places, and they're not, and like a whole bunch of them have like some repeating information, and a couple of them have very unique information, and I feel like there is one part where they explain in more detail how this organization came to be, and it's kind of eluding me right now, but it just kind of doesn't feel like the same. It kind of feels like they threw this together to kind of simulate the Foxhound effect. You know what I'm saying, Dave?
Yeah, if I remember, I don't think they were Foxhound, but they worked under President George Sears. But something happened, and public perception of them went down. Like something went wrong on the mission, and so they went rogue and apparently got more and more psychotic every new mission they took on their own. And then later on, you find out that the whole going rogue, the whole thing that soured public opinion on them, which why would the public know about like the secret government operation team? But
really.
But apparently that was a whole Patriots thing anyway, we'll get into that. What you said about the info dumps is really important, because the last 2 hours of this game has some of the most interesting and revelatory information of the whole game. But I mentioned how the pacing gets really breakneck, but it happens so close together, like one big thing after another, that there are these info dumps for the background of Dead Cell and all this little information that, you'd almost have to go through it piece by piece and make notes to really keep it all in your head about just what happens during the entire finale of the game.
Yeah, I was even thinking, honestly, a physical flow chart, with all the strings and everything attached. I think that would genuinely help me visualize who knows what, first of all, and who's actually involved in this, and who's aware of this person's betrayal. You know, like it's because
Yeah.
there's so much that it's like, no, I knew. I knew you knew. I'm the one who told him to tell you I knew. But actually, did you know? You're both wrong. I actually knew this. And it's just like, wait, slow down, slow down.
it, you know, you're kind of joking now, but there is a line in Metal Gear Solid 3 that's kind of like that, and it
Fuck yes.
it always
I
it
cannot
always
wait to jizz my shorts for that.
it always sticks in my mind because it's just such a silly line once you stop and think about it for like 5 seconds. And you know what? Maybe this plot is kind of like that. You know, like I didn't really try to think about it all too hard. I let it all wash over me, and I wrote down notes that kind of, you know, how I was feeling, what my thoughts were, and I came up with some cool stuff, and I loved it all. But yeah, it's kind of like, remember in the Metal Gear Solid podcast, Dork, you took this huge tangent where you wanted me to explain to you what Foxhound's plan actually was.
Yeah.
And I think I burst out laughing because, yes, like when you stop to think about it, you're like, I don't know. And I have to think that perhaps Metal Gear Solid 2 all logically works together. I mean, okay, the stuff it talks about is completely batshit. And, you know, the characters are complete batshit. This whole tangent started because we're talking about a vampire, for God's sake. But
I love it. Dude, this game has a spiraling at every
Yeah.
turn.
yeah. Yeah, it's
We can't let Raiden walk fucking 100
No.
feet.
no, we're only a couple hours into the game by what we're covering. but it's one of those things where, you know, it might all fit together, it might not, but I don't think it matters because the important parts I think still got through. Like I had a wild time. The themes really resonated with me, and it gave me a lot of interesting things to think about. Like actually, to go right back to this Vamp introduction, what saves Raiden from getting shanked by Vamp is this soldier arrives who calls himself Pliskin, which is funny because Drew, you didn't actually know this reference, did you?
Yeah, you had to explain to me the reference of the codename Pliskin.
Yeah, which, you know, like I watched a lot of John Carpenter films in my teen years. So yeah, definitely when I played this and Snake appears with his headband and he's like, "You can call me Pliskin," I just went, oh my God. For those of you who don't know, I'll just quickly...
Pliskin, right? His first name is wild too.
Iroquois Pliskin, yes.
Iroquois Pliskin.
John Carpenter made 2 films starring Kurt Russell, Escape from New York and Escape from LA. Escape from New York is a fun B-movie action classic. Escape from LA is campy as fuck, but I like it for those qualities. And the character that Kurt Russell plays is called Snake Plissken. And if you look at what Solid Snake is meant to look like, even in Metal Gear Solid, he always looked a lot like Kurt Russell in Escape from New York.
See, Kojima is such an Ameriboo. It just keeps coming
Yeah.
back to that.
Literally,
Yeah.
yeah. And it also makes a little more sense why he really wants Snake to have moments where he shoots a whole bunch of bad guys. You know, he wants that American like shooting action film stuff in his game still.
I'm just going to call him Snake, even though it takes like another 5 hours before Raiden finally figures out who he is.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so you're saying Snake, yeah, like Snake saves... Okay, oh yeah, I also wanted to say this though, if you don't mind. Again, you know, how about this? I'll be the crazy details guy, right? So, you're supposed to go to this strut, right? All these are called struts, right? Okay.
Yep.
You're supposed to go to this strut basically right away. This is where you're told to go. Well, on my second playthrough, I went the wrong way first. I went to F. If
I
you
did
go
that
to
too.
if you go to F first, you're able to get the M9, the tranquilizer gun early, essentially.
Yeah.
So I had the gun on the second playthrough, and fucking this is my favorite part about awesome video games like this. There are 2 different cutscenes. one where Raiden has the gun and one where he doesn't have the gun. Where he has the gun, he's pointing it at Vamp. When he doesn't have the gun, he's just going, "What the fuck?" with his arms down. You know, he's like, "Who are you, Queen?"
So one thing I did want to mention is, there's a bit of talk about like Snake recognizes that Raiden is pretty green. He's like, he hasn't been in action, and Raiden gets a little defensive. He's like, I've done like 400 VR missions. Snake's
Sniping mission 800, sneaking mission 400. I think this is like unironically one of the campiest and stupidest lines in the game, and I fucking love it. Raiden, he's saying mission numbers. Dude, it's like if I was talking to my grandparents and I was talking to them about a Super Mario a 64 level. I've done. Hang on, Drew, are you able to help me out?
TikTok clock.
Yeah. I've done TikTok clock. I've done Rainbow Road. I put my time into platformers, Grandma and Grandpa. And they'd be like, Sonny boy, what are you talking about?
What is it? Are you winning, son?
and you know what? I don't know if this is for certain, but I have to think that those are actual missions from the standalone VR mission game that they released after Metal Gear Solid.
I'd have to think so, yeah.
Yeah, which, hey, for retail price, you can get a game that's just full of VR missions from Metal Gear Solid. Woo! But
that sounds awesome to me.
There is this really interesting like nugget of idea that happens where Snake says, "Oh, VR soldiers. It's almost the idea to create the ultimate soldier because you don't have the fear of battle that a normal soldier would have because you haven't seen real action." And I mean, that's an interesting idea in itself because it did make me think, there's a movie I saw called Eye in the Sky. I think it was the last film Alan Rickman was in before he died. And it's all about a drone pilot who, they've got like, they know where this terrorist is and there's like this village and they can bomb him. But, like there's families there and there's a girl and, we hear the atrocities all the time where to take out someone, they'll take out, like 20, 30 civilians. They don't care. But the pilots themselves are kind of disassociated from the consequences of their actions because to them, it's like playing a video game. It's like that mission in Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare where you're just kind of dropping the bombs from above. So it made me think of that. But also then and a lot of the game actually plays into this idea later on as well. It got me thinking about the idea of, because this is 2001, remember, the idea that, playing video games might be dangerous. You might be learning how to kill or be desensitized to violence. So what better way to create a perfect soldier than for people to play action video games?
Mm-hmm. I also, it's interesting how, again, there are so many genius, like writing moments in this game where it's just like, man, a person who was like working for like a whole month straight would be happy to have this one cool idea, right? Yeah. Where it's like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna make a poem about this, or I'll tweet it out these days, right? But like it's so, there's so many of these cool little moments in the game where you're like, this is crazy how it connects to so many things, and it fits the theme of the entire game in the first place because. Mm-hmm. We are playing the video game, and yeah, it has a hint of that, as you were saying, but it also just fits in perfectly with the whole like VR, thing in the first place about how, in fact, it fits in two different ways. Like where Snake had actual experience and like Raiden didn't, so it's already playing into the whole I'm playing a guy who's green, or who thinks he knows everything, whereas the guy I want to play has actual experience, mm-hmm. And it also fits into the other part that we haven't talked about it yet, which you know what I'm talking about. Well, whereas like this is practically a VR mission, in that sense.
And also, I think it also plays into, I didn't mention it, but one of the things I loved when you start the game again and the colonel is telling you how to play the game, Raiden, press the action button. I'm like, oh, I missed this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I agree.
Well, I lost the point I was going to make when I went back to talking about Snake and Raiden. So why don't we move on? I don't think we have to go into details about the Oh, Dork, you have something you want to talk about?
Mr. Dork Detail here. So after you talk with Snake, he lays down because he's tired because he got like shot or something, and you'll see him fall asleep again. For some reason, like a recurring theme of sleep in this game. I wonder if it's because Raiden's asleep to what's really going on. Genius. Genius. Dude, this game is amazing. This game is amazing. But if you wake Snake up, you'll get the blink, which is already kind of funny enough. If you keep hitting him, he'll just shoot you instead. He's like, get out of here, rookie. Amazing. Oh, this game is so cool. Okay, Dave, go on.
Well, I'm sure you will have details that you'd like to talk about, but I think we can probably speed through the whole thing with Stillman to get to the Fat Man boss fight.
Hell yeah.
Well, in that case, no, I have to talk about Stillman for one line and one line only.
Oh, okay, so I'll set us up. Or Drew, would you like to talk about Stillman?
So Peter Stillman is a little guy who can't walk very well. And apparently he's really good at making things explode. Apparently he's like one of the best people to ever do it. And you find him hanging out in the pantry on one of the struts. And he lets you know that one of the members, Dead Cell, Fat Man, Fat Man has put bombs around places in the whole big shell, and that if these bombs go off, because again Peter Stillman is freaking awesome at making shit explode, so that means Fat Man is also going to be really good at making shit explode. So you have to take the cooling spray and you have to go around and find the bombs. And you have to spray them so that they freeze and they can't ignite, so that Fat Man can't blow them up.
And the bombs you find with a sensor, because Fat Man is an artist and he puts his signature cologne on every bomb.
He's literally a fucking he's like the fucking Riddler from Batman. Like he's gonna leave his calling card.
He really is a Batman villain, isn't he? Like yeah. Drew, would you like to explain to us what Fat Man looks like?
So, if you can believe this, Fat Man is a big fat man, and he wears a big trench coat, and he's got a big veiny head, and he's wearing roller skates for his big fat ankles that get into the roller skates, and he's holding a wine glass with a big funny straw that he can slurp the wine out of, which low-key, that's me as fuck. Just imagine every time I'm having a nice wine night, that's what I'd be doing as fuck. He just looks ridiculous.
On roller skates?
Yeah, I'd be roller skating around with my superior sense of balance.
It's I don't know if this is the line you meant, Dork, but I just remembered that when Stillman is telling you about how just good Fat Man is, he's like a savant. He's like, he built an atomic bomb when he was 10 years old. I'm like, okay.
No, that is for sure. Like, because it's so Kojima coded, where it's like, oh really, this guy was building bombs at 10 years. Like he gives every single villain like a superhero origin story, right? Where it's like, you have this crazy lore, and it's like, no, what's that? This guy who's as surface level as can be when you think about his name and appearance, Fat Man is a fat man. No, he actually built a not as a bomb, atomic bomb when he was 10 or 15 or whatever. Like, do you have to go that far? You do. And that's why we love you.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But otherwise, Fat Man would be very forgettable.
I wouldn't say so, but hang on. So, actually, if you kind of wanted to roller skate on to the Fat Man section, I'm gonna pump the brakes, sir, because we'd miss way too much shit I want to talk about, right?
Okay.
First of all,
detailed Dork.
Here we go. First of all, I want to say, Peter Stillman, I stand for you, because when Raiden walks in and he's like, hey, like here's this kid. He's actually pretty good. He's like, oh, like what's your name? Raiden. And he immediately goes, that's a weird name. That's an odd name. I'm like, dude, yeah, it just felt like such a human response and like such a rejection of this whole facade immediately. Like it's a strange fucking code name, right? And who is this guy? I don't know. I'm supposed to trust him, and he just says his name is Raiden. What does that mean? That's a weird name. Is right. My name's Peter. Like what the fuck? Anyway, 2. So we already have the MGS1, MGS2 comparisons, right? I want you guys to have a guess. Is there any kind of like similarity with Peter Stillman and this whole like scene? If we're also thinking about MGS1.
Oh yeah, the guy in the cell. I don't remember his name, but the guy in the prison cell that has the heart attack.
No, that's Ames, but not Ames, but close.
Are you thinking about how you have to blow the walls to get to Ocelot?
No. So again, this is a very small detail. I didn't even realize. I just happened like to look up a bunch of stuff after the fact, and I'm like, oh my god, yeah, this too. So like Peter Stillman is a ally who can't help us because he has like a bum leg, as he says, right? You know who else fits that bill? Otacon in the first game.
Oh shit, you're right.
So if this whole thing was orchestrated to look like MGS1 Shadow Moses, boy, they really recruited the right guy with Peter Stillman. He plays the Otacon part perfectly initially. Crazy. So that's an awesome detail. But oh, man, like the bomb defusal part is it's there are so many great parts of this game, so I can't say it's the best part of the game, but it's for sure the most freeing part of the game because you're free to go to all the struts in any order essentially and try to locate these bombs and freeze them, and you don't have this very like linear on rails experience. This is the most exploration based part of the entire game by far. And
For sure.
So already that's really cool. I also just really like just like finding the bombs itself. On hard mode they add some more bombs, and one of the bomb locations is fucking amazing. In strut F, or I forget if it's F, but in the warehouse one. No, not in the warehouse. In the cargo, the one that has the huge conveyor belt with all the boxes. In that one, you just see like the yellow spray in a big loop, and I'm like, it's got to be here somewhere. Where the fuck is it? No, it was on one of the boxes on the conveyor belt, going round and round. Because I heard it beeping. I was like, it was over here. I just heard it. Where the fuck was it? And eventually I had to get a call from, I think it was Peter or someone, or no, it was Snake. I forget who I had a call from. He's like, oh, it happens to show that, like the bomb is moving in that room. And I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Did they really put it on one of these packages? It was amazing.
That's so fucking genius.
That's cool. I mean, the only one I actually didn't like, I played on easy, but in Strut A, the one where you have to climb under the pipes and that weird maze, just because it was really difficult to find which parts you could actually like travel through.
I bet I'm almost, my voice is leaving me here. I know exactly what you mean, but on that one, I had a really easy time because I remembered how much I struggled on this part. Like, I think 3 or 4 or even like 5 years ago, when I first tried this game, I was able to get to that part, and I remember there's a pipe you can crawl underneath that doesn't look like you should be able to. And it was there. You have to crawl underneath that pipe to get to where you're supposed to get to. So that part I didn't have too much trouble with. And just, this part's the best part of the game. But anyway, after we get back to Peter Stillman, right? Because, like, Snake is also taking, down all his bombs in the other shell, right? Because we're only in shell one.
I don't know how he got past the bridge full of Semtex, but,
Yeah. Well, I think he says they put up the Semtex. So I'm not sure if it was always there, but I mean, this game's goofy as fuck. You're probably right. It probably is weird. Maybe he swam or climbed underneath. I don't fucking know.
Let me be clear here. Anytime I point out something like this, I'm not doing it with a gotcha game. I'm doing it like, hey, isn't this kind of interesting?
It is interesting in a fun and goofy way, just like
Yeah.
MGS. So it's perfect. But how did you guys like the timed section at the end then?
Ooh, that was rough just because I had a real hard time finding the bomb once I got to the area. But Drew, did you have a similar issue?
Yes, I did. I actually had to give up and I had to watch a video thing because I just was like so confused. Like I just like didn't get it. Um, I think in general the bombs are pretty cleverly hidden. Like I actually really enjoyed like this whole section of the game. But so I was kind of deflated that I had to give up and but I and look up a video walkthrough, but I don't know. I just like the stress of the timer too. I think I was like, I don't, this is stressing me out. I gotta get this done.
I was crawling around the vents of that area and like, is it here? No, like the scent is here, but it's not here. Where is it? And then suddenly like my memory kicked in. It's like, oh wait, it's on the submersible, isn't it? And then I had to try and find the right angle. And but Dork was telling me on hard, it's still on the sub, but it's different.
When I played the game, like 5 years ago or whatever, it was this section that frustrated me so much because I was just a worse gamer back then, and I was less patient than I am now too, and like also like less okay with having to redo some. I mean, I don't like to redo a whole section, but this is one of the only parts in the game where if you fail, you got to do a lot again. You have to get all the way from like where the timer started all the way back, unless it's different for easy mode, Dave.
No.
Then again, yeah, okay. So I remember getting a little like pretty frustrated because the controls aren't, as I said, the controls aren't a thing that a lot of games use. So it's a little bit clunky with the camera angles. And I remember, the first time I played, or I guess tried to play, I kept jumping in the water when I didn't want to, and that caused me to fail. And it's just like I was getting I was already hard enough to get over here in the first place. Nah, I'm such a shit lord at games. I'm gonna go fucking play Dark Souls again or whatever, right? But like this time it was really easy because I knew where it was. I was also on the normal playthrough I didn't even have a failure. I knew where it was, and I was able to get through everything because I just relaxed, calmed down. I'm having a good time, whatever, right? But no, on hard mode, I actually, I failed quite a few times because, and here's the difference. Again, on my hard playthrough, any time it changed to like alert mode, you instantly failed. So I couldn't just get, spotted and keep running away from guards like you easily can, like without the setting. I had to sneak by everybody still, every time. And then I knew the bomb was still in there, but I'm like, how do I get to it? It's on the submersible still, but your thing can't reach. It's in the front, and I tried to go all the way around. I couldn't find the angle to get to it. I'm like, oh, this is genius. That's probably why they had these little crawling, like great things, right? Because in that opening room, you can crawl through like some air duct thingies, right? Where it's like there's no reason for it, but you can do it. Well, here's why. There we go. No, that's not how you do it. And because I crawled through it, I had to crawl all the way back to get out of that little area that like it sent me to. It chewed up all my time, and now I had to restart the whole thing again. I'm like, it's all right. It's in there somewhere. I just have to figure out how to get to it. I'm really happy I didn't actually look up the solution. I just, I'd already seen that hard mode had moved it, so that's the only thing I knew. But no, I was very happy I was able to figure this out. There's a little caged area. And I'm like, how the fuck do I get in that caged area? Because there's a ramp going up, and you have to flip. Again, it's very tricky and interesting because you'd think there's a huge like water source there. You have a railing, but you always hang down, where there's open air underneath you. No, you have to flip over the railing. Your feet do land in the water. You splash a bit, but you have to inch your way over the railing, hop back up in that little like cage section, and then you're close enough to do it in that little like closed off area. I'm like, this is genius how they did this, because they totally fucked me up. I know it fucked a bunch of other people up, because like, why would you, again, like you see that area and you think, oh, he can he'll probably like dive in the water. You wouldn't think that's an area to hop over the ledge on it and grab it. So it's just a really clever, like puzzly trick. It's just a really cool detail about hard mode and about this whole like bomb section as a whole. But also crazy enough, right after this they give you another fucking timer. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
What the fuck, Drew? In the name of who is this in name of? What the fuck? Like,
What the fuck?
literally, Metal Gear.
So after we defuse that final bomb, we're heading back to the elevator, and who should come down but Fortune? Yay! I think at this point she thinks you're Solid Snake, and she's looking for Snake because I believe she thinks Snake is the only person who can kill her. There's a cutscene we skipped over earlier where we get introduced to her, where a whole team of Marines are trying to kill her with bullets and grenades, and nothing is hitting her. It seems that Dork pointed this out, that she's apparently like, there's an X-Men character who basically has this power. But yeah, nothing can kill her, and it seems like she's looking to die.
And
Why won't you let me die?
yeah, well, I have to say, because I know Drew is gonna absolutely love this, that I brought this up. She has like one of the greatest characters scores, I guess. Like the music that always accompanies her is just fucking amazing. It's like this little like saxophone thing,
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah,
Drew,
so
let's
good,
hear it,
so
let's hear it.
good. Yeah, no, man, no, you're so right. Like that ethereal quality to it, it really matches. Because Fortune is just like a very sad, depressing character. She always pulls up and she's like, "Give me death, fucking kill me already, damn." And it's like, that's a very sad concept for somebody to wish for that. Like the music really pulled up. I mean, the music actually pulls its fucking weight in this game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that's it. Just one of the pieces where I was like, damn.
I remember you like talking about specifically like the male choir, like when we first saw Metal Gear in MGS1. You're like, oh, like finally the music's doing something cool. And because of course there's always the iconic, like action track, like when you're spotted in combat. That's
MGS1
great,
has like MGS1 has a lot of earworm tracks because you just hear them so often, but I wouldn't necessarily say that it's got like a great soundtrack because it just has like a few like good tracks that just get like repeated a bunch, and then there's a lot of stuff that just falls by the wayside instantly. You know what I mean?
No, I at first I think you were saying in the Discord, like like MGS2 has an actual like really cool soundtrack. I agree. I think MGS2 has the better soundtrack at this point. There are so many amazing songs, and they fit so many cool different like scenes and moods. Like it hits in ways where I didn't even think that they were gonna try to do this.
It's what happens, I guess, when you get like a film composer.
Well, not even just a film composer, but just somebody who really knows how to use a variety of instruments and moods, and just really worked with Kojima to be like, okay, here's something I can actually do to make the scenes stand out. It uses a lot more like electronic elements, which fits this game and its narrative very, very well. It just like really just gets it. It feels. It just feels more video gamey. It's not even that it's done by a film composer, because like the composition is very like tight, but it's just like it's just got so much more variety. So it feels very video gamey. So it feels more equipped to take on more situations than Metal Gear Solid 1's soundtrack.
And I suppose the added sound quality and possibilities of the PS2 probably helped too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think.
Although, sorry, but the PS1 used CDs, so I guess technically you could have any type of music you wanted on there because it could just be a CD track.
Yeah, it could stream audio. Yeah, I think. I mean, MGS1, I believe, was probably done with MIDI, which was probably just done because there was so much more room to be saved for the actual voice acting. But yeah, and this game is streamed. It all sounds great, but it's also that variety. Not to deviate too much, but my favorite track is easily when you walk into one of the struts and it starts playing this like James Bond thing, like on the low electric guitar. It's like, it's just like, oh yeah, we're gonna fucking sneak around and be all fucking saucy. It's gonna be fucking awesome.
It's so good. I agree.
Yeah. Anyway, back to Fortune.
so yeah, she definitely thinks Raiden is Snake. Why she wants to kill Snake or why she wants Snake to kill her, we don't know yet. That's something for later. But we have what is technically a boss fight. She has a health bar, and there is a win and lose state here, but it's not really a boss fight.
This is what I was referring to and what you both agreed with me. I mean, sure, Olga is like limited, but really, like this is the one where you really can't do anything besides survive. So I remember like when I first tried to play the game again, like 5 years ago, I tried to kill her, and I think I was like, am I doing, like, her health bar is so tiny, why isn't it going down, you know? And then, you know, I think I was not as, like, well-versed in games, not as open to appreciate different things. So I think at the time I was a little upset. I'm like, I just had to wait it out, are you kidding me? But, like, these days, honestly, this is a really cool, because, dude, they were, again, if we're talking about like showing off with all the soldiers on the screen, they pulled their tits out for this one. They're like, look at this. Because, dude, her gun destroys fucking everything.
Yeah.
Like the lights flicker, like a bunch of sparks, like the actual cover you hide behind blows to smithereens. What the fuck?
Things catch on fire, yeah. It's and that railgun is just so nasty.
Oh. It makes
Dude,
my
it's such a cool weapon.
booty wiggle. Dude, if she was holding me up for a dog tag, she would have got it, you know?
Jeez.
So true.
That might be my best line of the podcast. You should make it.
Yeah, that was actually peak.
Well, let's lead with you, Dork, then. Where do you have Fortune on your ranking of bosses?
Out of 7, I have her at 6. Again, I don't think there are any bad encounters in this game. You know, I think they're all good, and it should just kind of speak volumes to the quality of the game as a whole. She's 6 for me, and you know, it's not really a boss fight. I mean, it is, but at the same time, it's just you trying to survive and just like watch her fuck shit up. It's cool as fuck.
And look at it this way. Olga and Fortune are leagues above the Jeep chase at the end of Metal Gear Solid.
True.
Dude. Oh my god.
Actually true.
But so Drew, where do you have Fortune?
Yep, I've got Fortune also at number 6, which, much like Dorkax, means that there is still one other fight in this game ranked below this. And it's also just like, you know, it's a boss fight. It's not really a boss fight, but it's a really, really cool set piece. But it's not really like you're not on the offensive. So I figured I would just put her lower.
Okay. Well,
if you
remember,
if you remember, I already said Olga was 7, so you already know what my 7 is.
Well, I'm still trying to build suspense on my behalf personally. Yeah, Dave, where do you got Fortune?
Well, you two aren't going to believe this, but Fortune is number 6 for me as well.
I really thought you were going to say number 1. I was going to be like, Dave, are you kidding me?
What?
Actually, do you know what's
But how
funny
you're
about that
building
is even if Dave put it at number 1, in certain Greek translations of the Bible, the devil's number is 616.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Weird. Man, I mean, and you can't even, like, you know, counter back by saying, I don't think that's in the Bible, because she's fucking referencing the Bible, so you can't even clap back.
But
True.
For similar reasons, you know, yeah, it's not really a boss fight. You just have to dodge. It is really cool how she blows up everything. It lasts a lot longer than I remember it being. I was like, oh, am I still going? Oh, damn, it's kind of getting tense in here. Oh, no. But
Is it getting tense in here, or is it just me? Are those fucking tents on the ground, or am I camping?
Shut up.
it's like we're camping outdoors in tents.
That you're right.
That's
That was an
awesome, you
intense
guys.
fight. So let's carry this on through to the next part.
Bonfire.
Dead Rising.
But the fight is interrupted by Vamp coming down and saying, boss wants us. Yeah, calls her queen. But Raiden isn't done fighting. So he pops up a few more shots, even though nothing he shot at her before works. But, you know, I guess he's an optimist or a fool. Both can be true. And one of the bullets ricochets right into the middle of Vamp's forehead. At this point, we think he's dead. Fortune thinks he's dead, and Fortune does not take it well.
Well, I mean, she's just all sad, but I mean, that's just her MO, so whatever.
Well, I think one of the things she talked about is she's watched too many other people die on the battlefield, and she's got like this survivor's guilt. So I think that's part of why she wants to die. And I guess, yeah, she has a real kinship with Vamp. Like, you know, out of all the members of Dead Cell, they're the two who are closest.
The only two that have cutscenes together, yeah.
Yep. It would be really interesting to see them interact with Fat Man and how that would have gone down.
I honestly
Yeah.
do think if there is like an actual like negative, they should have tried to get a cutscene in with them all together.
Yeah. But yeah, she's so sad at Vamp being dead that Raiden just walks past her and goes up the elevator, and we go off to fight Fat Man. Well, Vamp wakes up and goes, "Do not worry, Queen. I am a vampire."
Well, yeah, he's like, I've already died. No, I've already died once. I cannot die twice, or something like that.
Yeah, that is the line, and it's really cool.
Dude, honest, how does Kojima and friends do it? How do they make a stupid vampire who's clearly an edgelord Roman Reigns lookalike just totally like have these stupid cheesy lines and be like, actually, peak cinema?
It's because of the reason I think I brought up in Metal Gear Solid why I thought that game worked. I think it's the same thing here. It's the sincerity with which they write everything, and it's the confidence with which they present it.
Yeah, no matter what they go for, they lean into it 110%.
And that's what you got to do with art, because that like if you gave this entire sequence to even other good developers, you know, like in design teams, this might not have like this could have almost came off as really cheesy in a way where it breaks your entire suspension of disbelief. You know, even though there's a vampire coming back to life, right? But I just mean like in terms of like dude, this is too much. No, this is somehow cool. Like Drew is the ultimate hype lord. Like she will hype everything and like be like the perfect, you know, like supporter, like enthusiastically, like, and you kind of feel like, oh shit, hell yeah. And honestly, that's kind of how when you have this confidence, it's like, honestly, yeah, I'll be your hype man, MGS2. I'll get behind whatever the fuck you're doing, cause you're so confident in it. Let's go, you know.
And you know, the reason I think that's also why the bits that don't work really stick out, like the stuff with Meryl in the first game or Rose and Jack in this game, because they're still as sincere as everything else in the game, but I don't know. There's just something about them that doesn't hit. Like maybe there's a lack of confidence. Maybe that's it. Like a lack of confidence with writing relationships, or maybe even just writing women.
You're probably just writing women, to be honest.
It'd be tough, right? You'd be like, how does this entire other organism think? Well, like
It's
anybody
like a
else,
whole other
dude.
fucking species.
Just, just write like a man, like it's a man, and that you're good. Just write like a
What?
person.
But okay, let's fast forward over to Fat Man. Now, the reason this happens is because Peter Stillman missed something. He only realized when it was far too late that Fat Man was a lot smarter than he was, because he talks to you as you're going and defusing the bombs, and as Snake's defusing the bombs, he's like, these don't make sense. If Fat Man wanted to destroy the Big Shell, he wouldn't place these here. This is what an amateur would do, and Fat Man's no amateur. Oh, and also, I forgot to mention this, but the reason that the Big Shell blowing up will be really bad is apparently the chemicals they use to fix the whatever happened with the tanker is so toxic that if it gets into the water, it will basically destroy the entire ocean ecosystem on the eastern seaboard of the US for generations. It will be like the worst ecological disaster in history. Now, later on,
No pressure.
we find out that, like most things in this game, it's all one big fat lie. But for now, it's like, holy shit, that's really bad.
It's one big fat lie, but for now, we got to fight one big fat man.
we do. Doesn't Stillman die before the fight, though?
True, yes. So, as you had already completed your last like freezing thing, Snake's like, I still have like two more to do, and then like you are like told to grab. Well, I'm not sure if you're told to grab the other like sensor yet, but either way, after like a few seconds, he'll call you back. Hey, all right, here's my last one, and then like Peter's like, wait, no, don't do it, and then as fucking Snake like freezes his last bomb. Like Peter's like, no, this other bomb activated. I was right. Wait, are we already on that part, Dave, or did I skip it?
We that was the one for the sub, I think. Although it's weird because the one that Snake has to defuse, no, sorry, the one that Stillman goes to defuse, because this is when you find out that he was faking his leg injury out of penance for a explosion he survived, but some family didn't, and he always felt really bad about that, so he used it as an excuse to get pity and to leave the game, so to speak. He actually
used his crutch as a crutch. Yeah,
he did. When you think of it, like, a lot of characters have some really tragic stories in this game, and Stillman is definitely one of them. But yeah, he decides that well, no, Fat Man is my fault. I trained him, and he wants to beat me. So I'm going to go defuse the real bomb that is actually on the bottom of the strut, which that would actually topple the whole thing if both struts were blown up at the same time. That's the one where you go down to the sub, because yeah, it's at strut A and strut H. So yeah, once you do that, you do foil it, Fat Man's plan, but then
I mean, like the Colonel at that point goes, "Oh, he's up there and he already has another bomb because you like foiled his attempt or whatever. He's crazy. You have to get up there."
right.
I think that's all it is. Because at this point, like Stillman's dead because he did this huge speech of how, like Raiden, I'll be gone, but like you have to do this. He's like, I can't do this. He's like, no, you have to.
But I can't. You can. But I can't. You can.
Well, it's also funny because like we've already heard this. We again when he like defused all the other bombs. He was already saying, I'm not a bomb squad, and then he has this whole I can't do this like 2 more times after this. And it's like, Raiden, come on, let's go.
Just because they didn't have a bomb defusal VR mission, don't chicken out.
Yeah, dude, you're here. Well, I'm just saying he already
Yeah,
tried
you
to
can
argue
spray
like,
with the ice spray.
Just do the same thing, man. Just do the same. It's no different. It's the exact same mechanic, Mr. I play like VR missions, right? Mechanics. And also, you've already fucking bitched about it to Peter. You have to bitch about this as if it's new information to the Colonel. Colonel, I'm not part of it. Like, dude, you just talked about this. Yeah, just go.
Stop being a noob. You're an elite gamer. Go do it.
Elite.
Exactly.
33T. Am I right?
Damn straight. But anyway, so yeah, well, I guess we have Fat Man now. So why don't we start off with Drew already explained who Fat Man is. Why don't we start off with the rankings and going into what you thought of the fight? Let's start with Drew.
Fat Man is my number one. Fat
Oh
Man is my
wow.
favorite fight in the game.
Oh, I love this. This is epic shit.
I think Fat Man is really, really funny. No,
Okay.
I really like the idea. So first of all, I just love that Kojima was like, what if this fat guy was really fast and he zipped all around the arena, which is just a hilarious idea, first of all. And then, but so I did die once to the fight because I didn't realize, because I was just like, oh, okay, so like when he stops, like you just shoot him and then hit him in the face, and that's pretty easy. But then I realized Homeboy puts down more bombs because he's the bomb guy, and you have to go out of your way to put them out, otherwise you will game over. So you do have to go out of your way to not focus on Fat Man, all while Fat Man could very well also be charging towards you and putting down more bombs. I really like that frantic energy that brings to the fight, and I think it adds a lot of variety that like just dodging and chasing and shooting wouldn't have. I really like the ticking clock element. So yeah, Fat Man, favorite fight in the game, baby.
Oh, lovely.
I have a number 4. I like him a lot. I like any opportunity that they allow you, because like this almost kind of felt like a callback to Raven, because you have the like Soliton like radar map in your little corner of the screen, and you can kind of see like it's a bunch of like right angles with like certain pathways he might go down. And earlier on, you were contacted by Deep Throat, Mr. X, and they're like, yeah, there's some claymores here. Crazy, right? And never heard that before. So I was able to get some claymores, and I was able to plant them, and yeah, it's really effective for him, because he might trip over them, and there you go. There's a headshot. I
That's
will say
great.
on hard mode, I needed the claymores. Oh my god! So I was actually stuck on him more than any other boss fight in hard mode, because I don't know if hard mode they add more bombs, if they reduce the time. It almost felt like it took longer to freeze the bombs. Like you had to hold the stick longer to even freeze them. I don't know, but I was having a way harder time on hard mode. And sometimes his bomb placements are insane. One
Yeah.
time it was in the lower left on a shelf, like way far away. I was like, "What is this?" And that little cunt. I hate when he puts them. I hate when he. I hate when he puts them underneath. You know, where you have to get down. It isn't on this side. It isn't on this side.
Yeah.
Let me fucking crawl under here, you piece of shit. You
Yeah.
know what a fat man.
Yeah.
But no, honestly though, I'm a guy who loves timers, as you know. Dead Rising, anyone? I should stop, but it's such a funny bit at this point. It's funny to me anyway.
So true.
But man, the timer is so tight. Like when he places 4 bombs, I'm just like, oh, it's almost. In fact, I'd say on hard mode it was reverse, where I felt like I was chasing him, and every time he planted one, I had to be on him to start freezing it before the timer even started. Like I couldn't try to make any like, oh, I'll try to, oh, he's planting a bomb. I'll shoot him a bunch and he'll fall over. No, that's too risky. You couldn't risk it, all right? Because then you're going to blow up again. And I was getting PTSD from this fight on hard mode, where he goes, your favorite, more bombs. And I'm like, you piece of shit. But his voice lines are fucking amazing. And he's just such a little devilish man who's fat.
He is indeed. Well, okay. Where do I have him? He is my number 3.
Epic. Wow. I had him lowest and I really liked him. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's I mean, you both covered kind of the ebb and flow of the boss fight. You know, yeah, it's more important to freeze the bombs than to try and fire at him. It's annoying because if you're in his sights, he will open fire on you. One thing I thought was funny was because I was going to town with the SOCOM on him, and after you shoot him maybe 4 or 5 times, he'll stagger and then fall over, and then you get an open shot at his big bald head, which does a lot of damage. I like that idea. Of course, I went a little too wild with the SOCOM, so I ran out of ammo, and luckily, you know, whenever you run out of ammo, more will drop around the arena. That happens for all the boss fights, which is appreciated. Often you'll find rations there too, which can really help. A later boss fight that was much appreciated. I just found the ebb and flow of it really fun. Some of the bomb placements were quite frustrating. It's like, where is it? And you know, you feel like the ticking clock. So you're like, I gotta find it. And then you find it, and you're like, oh, there. But nothing too difficult. How did you both like the final bomb once the fight is over?
Genius. I knew it immediately too, even though I didn't like remember it, because I'm pretty sure he was as far as I got on my attempt a long time ago, and that's where I stopped. But I was just like, dude. And in fact, on my first playthrough, I'm like, I'm gonna freeze his body because of course it's probably in him or something. And no, you gotta fucking grab him by the legs and here it is, and he makes a noise. Bada bing.
Yeah, I really liked it too. I really liked that reveal where it's like, oh shit, I gotta go run somewhere else, and then you're like, wait a minute, hang on, I don't gotta overthink this. It's a really great send off for a really really funny character. In fact, I think that's probably like the funniest, most like Batman fucking villain thing he could have done is just hide it underneath him.
It was part of my fat all along. Once we disarmed the final bomb, we walk down and we run into Gray Fox.
Huh?
Gray Fox? Gray Fox. That's not in this game.
Well, there's a cyborg ninja there, and that person called themselves Deep Throat. So if that's not Gray Fox, Drew, who is it? Who is it, huh?
That's spoilers, Dave. So
Yeah. I found it very funny because earlier when you cross one of the bridges, you just get like this random call, exactly like MGS1. Be careful, there are claymores around. And it's like, this is an accent clearly, and it's a really poorly done like disguising of it. And but hey, I'm so clueless. I'm an idiot. I don't know what's going on. And then they're like, call me Deep Throat, and freaking Raiden's like, you mean from MGS? What? You mean from Shadow Moses?
Which is a slightly better line from the line that made you crack up in Metal Gear Solid. You mean from Watergate?
Yeah, from the Watergate scandal. Nixon.
As I believe I said in that podcast, I love the fact that it means that Richard Nixon is in the Metal Gear Solid universe.
Yes,
yeah,
and then
there's like two fictionalized presidents of the United States, and Nixon is real.
Yep.
So what? Like the ninja just hops down and is like, "Hey Raiden, huge fan of yours. Also, here's what you got to do. Here's where Ames is. Here's an outfit. Here you go, little baby. Want your bottle?"
Yeah. But even though I've given you the outfit, you have to go find an AK. And I know Dork talked about this. Drew, I don't know how you fared actually, but for me, I think this was the trickiest section of gameplay for me in the entire game.
Yeah, isn't that the no, that's still in the bomb thing. I was thinking of the one where you have to like hang off the ledge and drop into the boxes. I don't remember exactly where the
No,
AK
that's for the
was.
bombs. The
Yeah,
AK
that's the
was
bombs.
in strut F. It was in the warehouse. You just had to know to go there, and then just go in like the bottom room since you had level 2 access or something.
Oh, that's right.
But the problem is like the bridge connecting to the middle, like the core, like is that what it's called? Yeah, is just really really tightly guarded, And if you
Yeah.
didn't already know to go there, like on my first playthrough, I went to the core. I had to get through like the guy who has the binoculars up there and all of like the flying ciphers, and like the bridge over there has like falling platforms. So that
Yeah.
alone
Yeah.
took me a long time. And then once I got all the way to the elevator, they're like, "You need the AK right now." And then I'm like, "What? Well, is it in here?" And they're like,
Yeah.
and at one point, like Snake's like, I think I saw an extra one in Strut F in the warehouse," and I'm like, "Oh God, please no." So I had to leave, and I had to go all the way back, and then it's crazy because like on the first playthrough, I think I got the most frustrated with that section because it was so difficult for me. But on the second playthrough on hard mode, that was ridiculously easy because one, I already knew just hop over to Strut F and I could just grab the AK early, not early, but you know what I'm saying. And then like I was too cautious on my first playthrough, and my knowledge of how things actually work really helped me on the second because you don't gotta just be like, "Oh, wait, is he coming? Are the ciphers here? Oh, how should I do this?" Just run and like fucking like do your little like cartwheel and you're fine. Like it's so easy.
What was it an issue for you, Drew? Because yeah, I had a similar thing to Dork where I went to the core first, and then I'm like, okay, well, where's the AK? I finally went to Strut F, and then when you go back, the bottom has fallen out of the path to the core, so I had to sidle up, against the railing and just walk it. And then I think I shot all the ciphers like my first time, so that's okay. But there is that guy with the binoculars who is annoying, and then of course Strut F can be annoying depending on where the guards are and just circumstance.
Yeah, just to confirm, because Strat F is like the multi-layered one where there's like it's like the filtration one or whatever. Yeah, that one was
No.
Strut F is the one where you have to drop over the railing to get the bomb. It's got all those rooms that are locked by key cards, and you can go to optional rooms, and there is stuff to get.
Yeah, I was already having a difficult time with that one during the bomb thing. So, I mean, once I had the key cards, I was a little bit more equipped for that. So it was a little easier. I did still have a bit of a difficult time with that. It really was that fucking bridge because the first couple times I kept missing like one of the ciphers because it was like just out of view from like cover. And so I would run and cartwheel, and I would get to and then I would get shot. So then Raiden would just be like stop for a second, and then the fucking last bridge thing would like give out from under him, and I would just game over. And so that was very frustrating. That took forever. Good heavens, yeah. I think I might have blacked it out due to trauma because it really was a frustrating backtracking session. I didn't enjoy that very much.
I died multiple times, not only to that, but then when you go down in the elevator, you have to grab a guy and shove his face into the retinal scanner. And
yes, that part was really frustrating for me.
Because I think we all knocked the guy out first, and then suddenly you get that call, and it's like, no, he has to be awake because you need his eye open. It's like, you can't just hold his eye open. No, you can't do that. Yeah,
especially because you hold him up to the retinal scanner in a cutscene anyway, so who cares?
Yeah, and because I made him go asleep and I didn't know how to wake him up, I thought, well, the guards can kick him. Can I kick him? But I couldn't seem to figure out how to do that. So I tried to get one of the other guards in their little room off to the side, but it turns out that after you hold them in a sleeper hold for, I guess, maybe like 5 to 10 seconds, they get out of it. So that whole thing was a disaster. I did what I did almost any time I got caught in this game. I just then let them kill me because it's easier to approach the room just fresh with a new life. It's weird because I know, Dork on hard, you can't get spotted, so it's a little different. But I know, Drew, you talked about it previously, how you had fun when you get spotted trying to get out of it. And I think on the tanker, I did a bit of that. But in the end, I don't know, maybe it's like that idea of wanting to play a stealth game, quote unquote, properly and to be able to get through without being uncovered. But I just, throughout the whole game, I found it so much easier. Like, oh, I've been spotted. Okay, just shoot me. It's going to take, it's going to take a minute for you to actually shoot me and kill me. Fine. And then I just approach it again.
Yeah, yeah, and I will also say, even though I was having fun like avoiding stuff, depending on the situation, specifically in this case with that guard, I would always have to. There's only like that floor is really small, so the one hiding space is you just run around the corner, you go into the room on the far right, and you just hide in the locker, and then you have to wait for like the 2 minutes while the evasion state plays out. So honestly, Dave, you did make the better call there, because it kind of was just like a big waste of time with the evasion states. Like even in that nightmare strat F, there's a really cool like thing you can do where you can either hide in the locker or you can get in the vent and you crawl all the way around to the other side, and hopefully you're quick enough because they show you that cam up in the corner of like the guards hunting the room that they're storming looking for you, and they will look down and look inside the vents to try to spot you, which is a really cool detail too. Like, so there's sometimes the really long evasion states can be really fun and tense, but this was a specific example of it just taking way too long. And I think they just made it to be like not dynamic. I think it is for the same amount of time, like every time, right? It's like the same consequence every time you get spotted. It probably would have been a little bit more beneficial for it to be a little bit more dynamic somehow. Although I can understand why they wouldn't have done it that way, but specifically in this case, it was excruciating just because I just ended up feeling very impatient.
Yeah.
There's two things. I do agree with Drew in the fact that, or I guess each of you, because I would do the same thing, Dave, where it's like on the first playthrough, well, I got caught, and it really seems like you can't fight your way out of things because guards with like shields come in and they just overwhelm you, and it's like that's fine in terms of like realism, I guess, like that whole angle of it, but in terms of what you can do after you get caught, it's like, well, either leave the area and cheese the system or just wait an eternity, if you happen like to, actually evade, because you also have to wait for that thing to go away to get your camera back or like your radar back, right? So it's like, I understand having a punishment, and I understand, keeping the punishment there, because I criticized other stealth games for not really doing anything after you supposedly get caught but then escape, because all the guards are like, oh, whatever. It's like, well, the one guy you're looking for is around. Maybe do something. And yeah, in MGS2 they do. But yeah, I think Drew's right. It's just like, if the gameplay of it is just, I'm going to hide in a locker for 60 seconds, that's just not really engaging, So I almost wonder, what could they have done? I almost think like, maybe make it so if you like defeat all the enemies at the very least, then like, you'll clear it and then you'll have some time. Perhaps it is how it works. I just don't know how to defeat all the shield guys. I don't know. But it just seems like they kind of come in endlessly, and that's just not really conducive for creative ways to, especially in that room or in that area where it's just the break room dead end and then the elevator and then like the one hiding spot. So it's like, what are you supposed to, just, of course, just restart me, whatever.
Yeah. And no. I think we're all in agreement there. But when I finally did manage to cutscene him into the retinal scanner, we entered the room with all the hostages, which is...
Dave, I said I had two things. I thought you were going to add on to that. I had two things about that.
I'm sorry. We'll cut then. Just
Dave, I'm sorry, man. I was just like, dang it. Because I want to say, though, like the retinal scanner, I think I had the same issue. Oh, yeah. I also wanted to say, you can use the coolant spray to wake any guard up. In my hard playthrough, I use that a lot because I wanted to make sure to get their dog tags, and if I had to tranquilize everybody because I didn't want to get caught, then and you wanted a certain one awake, so you could still do like the like the freeze. You could, I guess, preemptively freeze him with the freeze spray. Freeze, but in a different way, and then he'd wake up after a while. So that's
like,
an option.
I'm knocked out. I'm unconscious, but spraying a cold chemical in my face, well, that's going to wake me right up.
Amazing. Yeah, I know what you two mean about the whole like retinal scanner thing, because I also knocked out the guard first too, and it was a little annoying, but at the same time, having players use a mechanic that they haven't ever had to use in the entire game, I feel like it's good. At the very least, if you didn't know you could do that yet, you know now, because it's just crazy how much is in this game that you don't have to interact with. And I would even say having like a mandatory hold up section would also like be beneficial too. Just do it at least once, so then you can show the benefits of it. I feel like the retinal scanner isn't the most ideal, like, here's how this can help you. But at the same time, at least you have to do it once, and it's like, well, good. Because I also felt I had a whole bunch of guns I barely used in the game, and I'm just thinking, there's not really opportunities to use these, so I don't know. It's like you have all this cool stuff, but I think they should have. It's gonna sound crazy because I do love this game and all the opportunities for a whole bunch of things to do, but at the same time, I don't think there's enough scenarios to allow for all these solutions to work. This is why I think Strut F is actually like the best strut in the game. There's just so many, like as Drew was even saying, like there's just so many cool ways like to circumvent getting caught and like maneuver like your way around that whole area. Like again, like the vents, but also there's a whole bunch of lockers in there, and there's a whole bunch of crevices, like where you have like the stacked up boxes and you can like sidle, behind them. It's almost like that strut is just like they were like, this strut's going to be like a little sandbox. Like that's almost how it feels every time I enter it. It's like, oh, there's a lot of cool ways to do it. I of course have like the guards path memorized 100%. There's always like two up top, and then and then the one up top eventually goes downstairs. So that's your huge cue. But it's just as great as this game is, and I'm sure we'll talk about this soon, if you two catch my drift, there aren't as many open areas as there could have been, for example, like the bomb defusal, where you had a lot more open-endedness to it,
Yeah.
Because like from here on out,
Yeah, it's almost like the tanker and the bomb section was kind of the only spots where the player kind of had free reign of the environment to play around. And I guess heading to Ames as well, or, even after Ames going to the next strut, because you have to go back to Strut F to get something else as well. I had to do that. We'll get to that, of course. But what you reminded me of is I believe you had a similar, I won't call it a complaint because I think you just brought it up as a discussion point in the Metal Gear Solid podcast, but the idea in that game that there were all these items that we never used. Like the game had so much in it that the player almost never interacted with. And it sounds like it's the same in Metal Gear Solid 2, just maybe more on the gun side.
Yeah, I think with the lack of bosses, for sure. Like I'd say, obviously, like this isn't a huge spoiler because we are already mentioned Vamp, but in the future, I feel like Vamp is really the only one where it's like, okay, I can try some stuff out, and I'll kind of talk about that like when we get there. But like besides, there just aren't as many bosses. Fat Man is like the best chance they had for having an encounter where there's a whole bunch of options available to you. But the problem is you don't have anything. You just have your gun and maybe some claymores and like stun grenades. Like that's really all you have there. So it's like you guys, like again, like this is like like Fat Man's, at least to me, analogous mechanically to the Vulcan Raven fight because of how the map is laid out. And yet, I complimented Vulcan Raven for all these different ways you can do it. And really, like with Fat Man, it's like, I still think he's a great boss, but it's like, man, imagine if you had like the Stinger or the other,
The
what's it called? Like,
Nikitas,
yeah, Akita missiles. Like, that could have been really, really cool with all your options there, or even the grenade launcher. But it's like, nah, keep all that for basically nothing. There isn't anything at the end.
Are we ready to move on?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So once we actually use the retinal scanner, we go into the hostage room where all the hostages are laid out. There are a couple guards, and I really like this section. So what you got to do is you got to pull out your directional mic, which we skipped over going down one floor to get it in this room. But aside from a parrot, there's nothing much else in that room, and we'll be back there anyway. But yeah, you had to go to a different floor in the core to get the directional mic. And then, so Ames has a pacemaker. So what you got to do is you got to use your directional mic on all the hostages. You got to find the one with the irregular heartbeat, and then you got to go and tap him. And if you tap the wrong person, they go, huh? And if there's any guards nearby, they're like, hey, why are you messing with hostages? It's like a fail state. You got to be sure. And that kind of almost got me into trouble because I didn't know what they meant by irregular heartbeat. So like one of the first hostages I aimed a mic at, the heartbeat sounded actually pretty irregular to me. It was like this weird the thump. And I'm like, that doesn't sound right. So I did tap them and they went, but the guard was on the other side of the room, so nothing happened. And I'm like, okay, so what am I looking for here? One thing I do want to mention that's really cool is because the way you're blending into this area is not only do you have the guard uniform on, but you're carrying the AK. So to use the directional mic, you've got to put away your AK. And if any guards should come across you when you don't have the AK equipped, then they're like, wait a minute, you're not a guard. So I think there's a nice tension. There's a push and pull there. But eventually, I aimed the mic at one person, and instead of a regular heartbeat, there's actually like a ping, like a radar sound, and I guess that's got to be it then.
Yeah, it's really funny because you don't know what you're meant to hear for, but honestly, if they would have said, "Oh, like you'll know it like when you hear it," who knows what that means? But really, no, you will know it when you hear it. It's clearly like a tone, like a dial tone. It's like boop.
Yeah. And here's the thing: you'll probably both have to help me out because I can't actually remember what Ames tells Raiden. I only kind of remember the conversation you listen in on afterward.
Well, I specifically remember he's like one of the main things. So in almost every single instance of Raiden speaking with any party that isn't the Colonel or Rose, it seems like he doesn't know what's going on. So I thought this interaction was really, really fun because I think like Raiden, again, it's hard to know like when certain like reveals or questions happen because they happen so consistently like throughout the whole game. But I'm pretty sure he like Raiden's like, oh, are all the hostages here? I heard that they like killed one on the roof. And then Ames is like, what? He's like, yeah, because like of like the retaliation for the bomb defusal. I heard that they killed a hostage. He's like, well, no, we're good. And Raiden's like, huh?
Oh, and isn't it the same thing where he's like, but they don't get the $30 billion, and Ames is like, what are you talking about?
I think the 30 billion, was that with Snake? It could have been with him. No, I know for sure. I know for sure it was Fat Man. He's like, you're not gonna get the 30 billion, and Fat Man's like, what? Like, what are you talking about? And that's when, of course, like like Raiden's like, Colonel, he didn't seem to know about the ransom. And then he's like, yes, it doesn't seem like he's connected with the other members very well. What are you going to
do? Can I, this is just an aside, it just came to mind. I did want to mention it before we got here, but I believe this is the section where, like, on my way back to the core after getting the AK, I get a call from the Colonel, and I'm going to get the quote wrong, but he goes, Raiden, you need to hurry up and find Ames. The president needs your help, I think.
Mm-hmm. This is if you call Rose to save in this section. He of course you guys have your conversation. It's funny because like I wonder if you just like don't save if you'll even get it, because I don't know if like Rose calls you, because it's too funny of a line, you know, to leave to chance. But I guess that's just the MGS way with all this
Yeah.
hidden stuff. But yeah, it's truly iconic because he's just like he cuts you guys off. Raiden, hurry up! The president needs you, I think. And Dave, I remember that line. I'm like, Dave just fucking lost it in chat.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a very strange line delivery. It's like kind of very, very memorable, you know?
And here's the thing, you know, when I got this line on this playthrough, I knew what was going on. You know, I played the game before. I kind of know what's about to happen, but it was kind of like, oh, yeah, you know, because I think we talked about it a little before when the Colonel was explaining things to Raiden early on in the Big Shell. Like, there's even a stupid thing where, like, the Colonel says something and Raiden goes, "Did you say dude?" And he's like, "No, I said this thing." And you're like, "What is this?" And,
Oh yeah, he's like, "Did you just say nerd?" He's like, "No, Raiden, I said node." And Raiden's like, "Oh." What is this
There
dialogue?
he goes. Man, Raiden is so easy to gaslight. It's like actually not even funny.
just like you're gaslighting us by intentionally pronouncing his name wrong.
What the fuck are you talking about? Dork did it. Dork started it.
I did, and Drew, I'm gaslighting Drew into gaslighting you. It's amazing.
Oh damn, gaslight section. But yeah, my point is, like, there are all these weird little lines throughout the game, especially in the Big Shell section, especially from the Colonel and Rose, that, you know, definitely don't make a lot of sense, but you kind of put them in your mind, and okay, I think it's a little bit of, you can play it off as either, oh, Kojima's a bad dialogue writer, or the localization didn't do a good job, right? You can kind of play it off because MGS has always had that kind of, you know, the dialogue doesn't exactly, has never felt natural, but it's always been engaging despite that. So you can kind of play the weird stuff off by, oh, was that just a joke that went flat, or is that just something that didn't translate well? And the thing about this game is those questions are actually of greater importance once we go into, you know, the final revelations of what this whole thing is about.
Yeah, I would always say MGS has always kind of had slightly it's always kind of had like very like exposition heavy, almost like robotic, heavy-handed dialogue, but it's delivered with very human, personal performances, which I think is why
Sincerity.
it is so engaging. Yeah.
Oh, and actually, that just that kicked my memory in. Yes, I remember the whole thing about Ames is he's like, actually, the president has betrayed us. He's siding with the terrorists. He's already given them the nuclear football, because the whole thing was the president had a briefcase that, you know, like couldn't engage the Metal Gear for like a nuclear launch. And it's like, well, they got to keep him alive because you need, once the president activates the nuke, he has to reactivate it an hour later, otherwise it doesn't work. So he's like, well, he activated it under his own volition. So the president has betrayed us. And it's, you know, Raiden, as well as the players, like, whoa, what's going on here? And then I believe Ames, once again, brings up the Lale Lule Lo.
The Lolly Lule Lo?
The Lale Lule Lo.
Damn.
I ain't going in on this one.
So Dork is Lale Lule No.
Oh my gosh.
You
No,
could say
I'm-
Nane Nune No.
Dave, are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Because I'm trying to watch it right now. I don't think Ames says anything about the president being a traitor yet. Oh yeah, he even says like, so this means the president is cooperating with them. It would have to. See, I guess it's interesting because I thought what that meant was just he's cooperating them in the sense where it's like, I have to do this, otherwise you guys like, well, you know, I didn't think it was he betrayed us. I was just thinking I'm cooperating as a hostage, you know.
No, that's fair. I think I clicked into that meant that the president was working with them.
Okay, you know what, Dave? I press play again, and Ames does say he was a puppet. Literally the next line. So maybe you were. I'm just gaslighting everyone. See, okay, I feel like this is such a hard. Again, all these things are so hard to talk about because it's just like, as you said, you didn't even remember half the shit Ames said because it's just this game is so heavy when it comes to the story and like the dialogue. It's really hard to keep track of where everything is, and so much gets thrown at you. Like, I thought MGS1 was bad for this, and and of course I say like bad, like not as in like it's a bad thing, but I thought MGS1 was like bad, but MGS2 is it takes the cake, puts it in the freezer, thaws it out, and then like fucking throws it on the floor, right? It's insane how much more overboard it goes in MGS2. I am almost like deathly afraid of going to MGS4 because I hear it's just insanity.
Yes. See, 4 has the unenviable task of making 4 whole games plus all the offshoots make sense in like a final game that kind of ties everything up and ends kind of the story of Metal Gear Solid. So they bring back everything and they try and make it all connect. And considering how dense these games are, you can imagine the Herculean task that must have been. And that's why a lot of stuff gets retconned, a lot of stuff doesn't make sense. But man, 4's a wild ride. We'll get there. I still think 2 is a much wilder ride because by 4 we were kind of expecting it.
Yeah, honestly, Dave, I thought I could be of help here by opening up like my little video, and in this like 5 minutes, so much gets said. I couldn't even explain this to you in 5 minutes, like everything that he says. I'd have to say it verbatim because Kojima and friends have a very specific way of doling out information. So it's just, yeah. Reveals happen. How about that, everyone? Reveals happen with Ames.
But like, the important thing I think is that suddenly Ocelot and the leader who calls himself Solid Snake enter the room next door, and we get to use the directional mic to listen in on them.
The D mic.
Yeah, but who wants to use the D mic to listen to that when you could listen to the guy shitting his ass out, shitting fucking water out of his asshole with the fucking directional mic instead?
Yeah, Dork found this out. You'll have to explain how, Dork, but suddenly you're like, oh yeah, that conversation, there's a guy shitting himself, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, okay. It's kind of funny because like the way I figured it out isn't even accurate like to what happened. So so you know how it happens where like you move the mic or like the character who's talking moves, their text dynamically like shrinks and enlarges. First of all, guys, fucking incredible work there. Yeah. It is so smooth and so intuitive. Like, because after a while we hear Olga just like alone. I think it's after this even, where we have to like point like a D mic at her, and you can't even like see her. But to track her, you have to kind of like follow how big or small the text is getting. Yeah. Dude, even this almost worthless, like small mechanic that you have to use twice, it's already cooler than half the shit in every other game. Like, this is such a fun thing to do, tracking an invisible or like a person you can't see with a fucking D mic and just watching the words get smaller or bigger. It's surprisingly engaging. But what I thought was, because first of all, I was thinking MGS2 has already provided me with so many, how could they fit all these details in? I bet, because like this is a cutscene-ish, thing where I have control, I bet there's something around here that, is a little secret. And then I also thought, oh, wait, because I was kind of like twirling it around, like just in case, because I didn't want to like miss anything. I wanted to keep coming back to it, but I was just like seeing if there's anything else around. I thought that the small text that I eventually like realized is just the text getting small on its own. I thought the small text was a different conversation somewhere else. So I'm like, where the hell was that? Where the hell was that? Where the hell was that? And I just, oh, it's just this guy shitting his pants out, you know? And yeah, it's tough because it's off to the left, and you don't even know there's, you don't even know that there's a bathroom over there. You just point to the left and aim at a flag or something, and then you can hear him. But you really have to decide, do you want to hear story, or do you want to hear this little Easter egg of the guy going, "Ah, it's like the Shadow Moses incident." Because this is the guy who shit his pants when you were in the cell in Shadow Moses. It's the same guy, apparently.
Oh, that's really funny.
He even mentioned, yeah, because he mentioned Shadow Moses, and he comes back. He's here like, twice in this game, in the sniper section after Emma walks behind like the second big like pillar thing. If you pull out the D mic instead, you can hear her have an entire interaction with him, and he lets her go. And she.
God,
and it's revealed that he gets the shits around beautiful women, so that's the lore reason, everyone. So I'm guessing he thought Olga was hot. I'm guessing he thought Sniper Wolf was hot. I'm guessing because he was saying like he thought he had to shit. That's why he didn't want to shake her hand. He's like, oh, I guess he must have thought she was beautiful. I don't know. I think his name is Johnny on the Spot. So he has a whole like lore like wiki page for him.
His name is Johnny on the Spot.
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome.
Metal Gear Solid 2, everyone.
Absolute
MGS2 is a cool game where you can listen to a guy shit his brains out in a toilet, ignoring story revelations in the other at the same time.
And
heavens.
Just like Ames, I can barely remember what they talk about. I believe they're talking about, I think well, we don't know his Solidus at the moment. He's just Snake, but I think he talks about Outer Heaven at this point. Maybe he just mentions
Outer Heaven.
It. Mm-hmm. They're talking about how, I think they bring up Fat Man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And how his goals were not aligned with the rest of Dead Cell. Olga comes in, and I think you learn that she's there because Ocelot says, "I'm by working with me, it'll allow you to kill the man who killed your father, who she thinks is Solid Snake, I believe." And we saw Ocelot just shoot Igor point blank, so I started feeling bad for Olga at this point.
I also, knowing what I know now, it was really interesting on the second playthrough hearing her bring up, and I hear there's a cyborg ninja. What's going on with that? Is this your doing? So like she brings up the whole like ninja thing, and Ocelot's like, I don't fucking know what that is. Like I don't know, I didn't do it. She's like, how am I supposed to trust you? And he's like, I'm thinking the same thing of you.
It's also funny considering, like, it may be an act, but how in the dark Ocelot feels in this moment and kind of knowing what happens to him later in the game.
No, honestly, yeah. I think out of everything in the entire game, and again, it could be an act, like you said, but going through the game again, I think this is the only scene where I actually felt Ocelot isn't in the know on something. Like, it was in fact, it was really cool on the second time, because Ocelot, eventually, like, we figure out he's basically, he knows everything. And, okay, he's always got the one up, right? And in fact, that even happened in like, the tanker incident, right? He's like, according to plan, right? He's always the top dog, whatever. But in this scene, though, it really didn't feel like that. It felt like he was actually confused on something. And I'm like, you know what? You go, girl.
Oh, and this is also the first time around the Solid Snake where you see Ocelot lose control of his arm, and then they discuss how it's getting worse.
Yeah, and I don't know, like, I mean, we know what's going on at that point, but it is interesting to see some interactions around it finally. Like, it's nice to see it not, like, in the middle of, like, a huge action scene. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, that's true. It's just, it isn't a moment where it really, really matters. It's just like this is affecting him all the time, not
Yeah.
just when it is an opportune moment kind of thing. Yeah, that makes
So
sense.
it's like even though we're in opposition to both Ocelot and Liquid, and also Raiden doesn't know what's going on with the Liquid arm. So, but so that's another like layer of mystery, sort of.
You think? I don't think he ever really knows. I'll be honest. I
That's
feel
true.
like
Yeah, he never really like quote unquote finds out. I guess yeah, that's true.
Liquid's
What the
arm.
fuck? Wait, what the hell, dude? Like,
Rose,
with the
are you
actual
hearing
Sigma?
this?
Rose, are you seeing this shit, bro? Literally turns to camera. Rose, are you seeing this shit, bro? What
Colonel,
the hell?
I want you to tell me what's going on. Raiden, not this again. The Colonel's gone.
Yeah, but it also does kind of humanize Ocelot more, right? Like he got some backstory in MGS1. He's always going to be an antagonist, evidently, but you know, this is kind of like, well, damn, he really, even after Shadow Moses, doesn't really have his own life because he has somebody fucking possessing him, and he's working undercover for the freaking Lale Lule Lo.
It seems that this arm thing is a real liability, you know, if you're working like with a terrorist organization to try and enact, well, you know, we'll probably discuss what their true plan is later, but it's quite a it's going to reshape the world if they succeed.
I guess it depends on who we're talking about. Which who we're talking about.
If Solid succeeded.
Yeah, I guess. But I don't think there's a lot. You know what? I'm already getting overwhelmed. Let's move on.
Well, that's it. You know, like every character really has their own agendas going on, and it's like even Snake and Raiden. You know, it's almost like alliances of convenience, and that kind of gets put to the test a lot later. I love that one line from Snake, who's like, "I never said I was on your side."
Yeah, Snake's the best.
But
after this, though. Oh yeah, we after this we have the funniest timer in the game. Because after we use the D mic, Ocelot decides to walk over, and Ames is like, "Quick, he's coming! You gotta switch to your AK now!" And then you have 5 seconds. I really wanted to see what happened if I failed. I didn't do it. But I waited until the very last second on my last playthrough because I was like, this is just so funny. Because he walks over slowly as shit. He sees you don't have an AK, and he goes, "You, what are you doing?" And I'm just like, you can see me, my guy. Me switching to an AK now isn't gonna mean anything.
and
Dave, I imagine like this is like the timer, you know, like you were referencing earlier, because I remember saying on hard, like, I hope there's no more timers after this. And I think you're like, there's one, but it really doesn't matter.
I was thinking of one regarding Emma. I actually completely forgot about this timer.
Emma has a timer? Oh,
Yeah,
you mean like all the water stuff?
I think there's like a brief timer to get to the sniper section.
Oh yeah, that one's really worthless. Like that's so easy to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, I completely forgot about this timer. Long story short, you know, Ocelot isn't a dummy. So he's like, "You, where are you from?" And Ryan's like, he doesn't say anything because of course his voice will give him away. He's like, not gonna answer, eh? And
then he pulls off his wiener. No, sorry. Then he pulls off the helmet. Sorry. He pulls off the mask. And he's like, "Blink! It's Solid Snake. Get him, boys."
Well, no.
See, this is why I'm not hosting right now.
You working on that one all week, buddy?
I worked on it for half a second at most.
All right, dude, you go ahead. Sorry.
If I remember, yeah, he's like, "You, I've seen you around." It's like, you're the intruder. Get him, men. And yeah, just as it looks really bad because, you know, Ocelot's point blank and he's Mr. Revolver, suddenly the cyborg ninja appears. And it's like, "You better run. I'll hold them off." And, you know, it does all the cool deflecting the bullets with their sword. And Ryan's like, "I guess I'll run up the stairs now."
Well, also as you were saying, like Ocelot's no dummy. He also overheard him and Ames, at the start. He knew it was him, and then that's why Ames and him were like, let's change to nanomachines. Also, by the way, Ames is dead. We didn't even talk about that. There's so much to talk about that we already forgot
yes.
Ames is dead. Ames just
Yeah, Ames gets
dies from the
shot.
fox die.
Yep.
No,
Yeah.
shot?
That's
No,
the
he
fox
doesn't
die.
get shot. Yeah. He has like a heart attack or something.
Damn.
Which is another, another allusion to what happened on Shadow Moses.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, just as a clarification, it's not actually fox die, but they controlled his nanomachines to turn off his pacemaker, and that's how he died there. It is supposed to emulate the fox die, though.
Yeah, that's a terrifying prospect.
that is.
Dude, we're heading that way, man.
We fucking are, dude. Oh, my God.
Oh, control my pacemaker with your fucking remote control, daddy. Was that weird? Okay, let's move on. So you have to like escape this area with. I kept on my like outfit on, but I did feel kind of dumb because I didn't have the mask anymore. Did you guys switch immediately, or did you keep on the terrorist outfits?
I think I kept it on. It's just because
Yeah,
the
me
only
too.
difficulty is when you go up to floor 1, there's guards again, but I was just trank pistoling them and I got out of there without any issue.
Drew, did you have issues?
I don't believe so. I think I was able to just kind of like dash out of there,
Dash
Drew-
out of there.
You know, I do want to kind of stop going and then, but that's kind of how it feels when you're playing the game. The game just keeps like going, okay, now do this, and wild shit happens along the way, but it's just like this train of steps, So the next step is we got to get to the president. The president is on strut 2. Is that it? Or shell 2? Is it called?
Shell 2.
Shell 2.
The
Shell
president.
2.
The
Shell
president
2.
is on
Shell 2.
Fuck you.
Hey, that rhymes.
That's why they named the band that. You too.
Lolly-loo.
Lolly Lulelo, you too. Also, have we even talked? Okay, hang on. We probably should, because nobody else in the game at this point says Lolly Lulelo anymore. We should probably talk about that. We didn't talk about it yet, right?
So my theory, and Dork put a forum post in chat that kind of said the same thing. I always thought that because I think it's later on, but we learned that you can influence people socially, like by suppressing information. So I think we've heard about the Patriots at this point in the game, but there's this thing where like people know about them, but they can't say the word the Patriots. And I think it's like a social conditioning. Mind you, the two people that said Lale Lule Lo were Commandant Dolph, so he's in the military, and then Ames is a presidential aide, so he's also high up in the government. So maybe it's just that, people in the government that aren't supposed to know about the Patriots can't actually say their name. Like it's
It could
like
be
a mental.
nanomachines too.
I think it's to do with the nanomachines, but yeah, it's like a learned behavioral speech glitch where they want to say Patriots, but they end up speaking nonsense instead.
Yeah. That's a really cool detail, because when I first when I first heard Dolph say "Lale Lule Lo," I wanted to turn the game off in a way. Like I was thinking, Kojima, you've gone too far this time. Like you can't be saying nonsense like lollipop sons,
getting away with this.
literally, like you can't do this again. And again, if you remember, like 2 minutes later, Ocelot's arm has a freak out. So it's like, Kojima, slow down. Like, and then Ames does it again. I'm just like, what is this Lale Lule Lo? Like, why did they do this? And eventually, like, when we talk to the president, it's a little more clear. But then even he brings up the Wiseman's Committee. I'm like, Kojima can't stop.
Well, here's the thing, in this game that has a lot of dense exposition in it, explicitly, the game never actually explains why these people were saying Lale Lule Lo. So that's why it has to be kind of a theory. Now it does explain, about behavioral suppression, and I'm kind of being vague because again, we kind of want to do this in order and don't want to bring huge concepts and revelations up before they happen as we're going along. But yeah, the thing is, in its own weird, twisted way, it all kind of makes sense at the end.
I think, yeah. I mean, I think the game has enough series of conclusions where you're like all the questions you would have had, kind of just like it's almost like the game suppresses information it already gave you. It throws out so much at you that it suppresses other parts you thought were important, but now you think your brain is tricked into thinking that they're just trivial. Because the huge expository thing that we hear, like in the final boss fight, he doesn't say, oh, and by the way, anytime you heard them say la la lu lay lo, it's because of this, So it's just kind of funny
God,
how
I wish they did that though. That would have been fucking awesome.
Honestly, it kind of would have been. Yeah, you're right. It would have been like another like what? In fact, I will stand any line that allows Raiden the opportunity to go, what?
What? Yeah, it's actually true.
So 90% of the game's script.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where I think that's why, like the Ames conversation or what happened between Olga, Ocelot, and Solidus. Yeah, why I'm having such a hard time remembering the particulars, because so much of these scenes is expository dialogue that kind of melts away. As you said, it's almost like it gets suppressed by more important things as you move on. Yet, because it was exposition, it obviously means something. It reminds me of early on in Metal Gear Solid when after the Ocelot fight, Baker, I think it was his name, he's about to die, and there's that huge exposition scene about how bad the world is at disposing of nuclear waste and deteriorating nuclear warheads. And it's like really important to, I guess, what the overall message of the game is, at least one of them. But, after that scene happens, that kind of conversation or that idea is never really brought up again. It's just kind of, if you remember, it hangs in the background. But again, it's just one of many things that I think fill in the whole of what that game is. But yeah, it's something you have to kind of really go back to and pinpoint, because it's like the game moved on from those ideas after it let them out, and then it's like, okay, well, we got other stuff to cover now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Lolly Luli Low.
Well, guys, there's gotta be like a parody of like the stupid cheesy live laugh love, but do that with Lolly Lule Low.
Lolly Luli Low.
Lolly
Let me
Lule
see if I
Love.
can find that.
Oh my God.
It should have like an Etsy thing on it.
It's a Valentine's Day card with Raiden and Rose, and it's I Lolly Lule love you.
Yes, it's like a Simpsons. I choose you. Like.
Oh, that's goated. Yes.
Oh my God.
Well,
but we have to get to the president, right?
Yes,
and we have to get to. Oh, sorry. I was gonna take
and before the president, so there's a big bridge connecting Shell 1 and Shell 2, and the bridge is loaded up with Semtex. And you get a call from, I think it's either Snake or the Colonel or both. And it's like, you've got to disable all the Semtex. And you've done this before in the game. I think back on the tanker is when you did it. And there's an optional room in Strut F where you did it as well.
Very true, Dave. You're pretty knowledgeable of this game.
Yeah, well, it killed me. So that's why I remember that room. I just ran into the room and kaboom. But
Legend.
There are, I think, there are more sensors to shoot on hard, I believe, because you talked about a really interesting one using a mechanic that I didn't even know was in the game. But on what I played on easy. There were about 8, I think. There was one on a cipher. There was one right above you. There was one behind a flag. Basically, most of them, like I got about half of them using the SOCOM because they're close by. But then you need a sniper rifle. So it was back to strut F again for me.
Jesus, yeah.
Because it's funny, after the core, I did go back to strut F because I had the new key card, and I'm like, ooh, what rooms can I go in? But I guess I just missed the one room that had a sniper rifle in it. So yeah, you go back, you get the PhD one. It's a lot easier to get in this game because fuck that room in Metal Gear Solid where you have to crawl under the things. God, I hate that room. Go back and listen to the podcast where me and Drew complained about that room for like 10 minutes.
True.
You guys did, yeah. And I'm just like, what? It's nothing.
Yeah, you didn't seem to have an issue with it. We did.
Yeah, that's funny.
The crawling was a lot better in this game, I'll say that. But yeah, I really liked that whole thing with the Semtex. That was really cool. So, Dork Drew, do you have anything to say about this Semtex shooting range?
It was cool. I was inconvenienced. I had to go back and get the rifle for the one behind the flag, and for the one on the cipher. But yeah, I was also able to pick off most of them with the SOCOM. I don't mind the aiming in MGS2. I think it's fair. I think it's fine, all things considered. So I don't know. It was pretty easy to deal with. But using the sniper and like zooming in and zooming out, pretty cool.
I will say the jerky motions from not taking the stabilizing drug are a lot more pronounced in this game than they were in the first game. Like Raiden jerks that rifle around like something that's a metaphor for jerking around a lot.
Yeah, so I really liked this area too, and
oh, like a penis. I get it.
God damn it.
Sorry.
So yeah, this whole section was really cool. I love when I have only played 2 of the games, so I can't say all these games, right? But I love it like when we have like dedicated small sections like this where it's like, okay, everything is gonna come screeching to a halt, and it could in other games you might say the pacing's fucked up, and you know I won't argue for or against that idea, but I think for me it's just like kind of fun. It's like, no, here's a puzzle room essentially. Deal with it. Get through this. I know it doesn't really make much sense. How the fuck did Snake get through this? I don't know. Who cares? This is what you got to deal with. And like the one behind the flag is cheeky. I love the one behind all the birds because if you just fucking shoot at it, you're gonna hit some birds on the way. It's hilarious. The one on the cipher. if you aren't patient enough. Dude, I swear, like the actual Semtex you're supposed to shoot is really close to the cipher itself. If you shoot the cipher itself, it blows up and you die. So FYI, if you guys didn't accidentally shoot the cipher instead, but it's so much fun just playing hide and go Semtex in this little bridge section. I really liked just even though it took me a while, just okay, I only have this much space to work with. It's got to be here somewhere. I was really impressed, like with the flag one, because I wasn't even looking over there, and I was like, well, I had the thought of the flag. I was like, but no way, right? And yeah, because the wind, like after a long enough time, the wind blows it. You can see it. It's just genius. Yeah, it was really fun. On hard, they added a few, which was so cool. The one I was able to find, I was like, oh, those sneaky fucks, because I thought I thought they would add one on this area in normal. You had to go down the stairs a little bit and then turn around, and it was on like one of the walls below you, like on your side of the door. I was like, wow. Oh, the genius! And then the other one, which I thought was like, this one I had to look up because I was here for like 20 minutes. I was like, where is this last one? Like, what the fuck? And it was, you had to use the tiptoe mechanic. So you had to go into first person, and if you know how the game controls, if you press the left trigger, you lean left. If you press the right trigger, you lean right. But if you press both the triggers, you gain some height because you're going on your tiptoes. Yep, there's one on the bridge in the middle below you that you can only see if you tiptoe. Genius, peak art. This game. This is such a fun. I want every game. I don't want to repeat, but I do because this part was so much fun. I love the bomb disposals. I love the Semtex shooting. Just give me like an MGS puzzle game because this is fun.
For me, I don't know if it was for you, Drew, but the final one for me, because I thought it got them all, but the Semtex was still beeping. So I'm like, where is that final one? And then suddenly I just noticed that there's like a little flashing right above Raiden's head. And I'm like, oh, wait, is it right above me?
That was my last one.
Really
normal.
silly.
Yeah.
But yeah, after we shoot all the Semtex, we get the introduction of who Solid Snake is. It turns out to be Solidus Snake.
A person who me and Drew have no idea who that is.
At this point, I knew because I played the game, but yeah, at this point, you don't really know who he is. Actually,
I have a question, Dave.
Does he introduce who he is after the fight that comes?
I don't remember. I for sure remember he's like, I'm Solid Snake. And then you just see like the helicopter with Solid Snake. Don't use that name. Like he's just like fucking so upset. Don't pretend to be him.
Solid Snake. That is not Solid Snake. Apparently it's a GIF because MGS fans like that line so much.
Huh.
He says it in a very, very funny way, so that doesn't surprise me. I'm glad that lived on. That's very funny.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna ask Dave, like, is this a character that has been like referenced in MG1 or MG2?
Well, he was in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Well, he's George Sear. I just mean like, was he mentioned in like the first Metal Gear games?
No. From my understanding, this is kind of a retcon that there was this character linked to Snake.
Really?
Although,
so you're saying MGS2 itself, like the whole Exolidus thing itself, is a retcon?
Yeah. Well, okay. I could be wrong about this. There could be like there could be like crumbs in the first game that kind of lead to this, aside from the whole Mr. President thing.
Mr. President.
Well, we might as well just talk about it because it's annoying if we have to keep to. Being vague about things. But yeah, Solidus is the previous president of the United States, George Sears. He was the president during Shadow Moses. He's who Ocelot was talking to in the post-credit sequence of that game. So, I mean, that's even funnier to me. And he's the brother of Liquid and Solid. He got both the recessive and dominant genes, so he's like the perfect meld. He's the ultimate brother, and I think it was Drew who looked this up. We were all just laughing like, "Oh, Solidus, what a stupid name!" But it is actually what was
a
it?
Chemistry
It was,
term.
Yeah, it's like the perfect, like balance between like liquid and solid or something, right?
Well, it says another term for slash, like as in this slash that, or in chemistry, a curve and a graph of the temperature and composition of a mixture below which the substance is entirely solid.
And it's also the Latin for solid.
Yeah, that too. But he doesn't speak any Latin in the game, so.
But look, it's still a goofy name, at least to me.
I thought they'd do like a gaseous snake. I really did think they were going to do that route, but instead they're like, no, we made the perfect organism, Cell. I'm like, yes, Dragon Ball Z again.
Let's fucking go. Shadow the Hedgehog, let's fucking go.
Or what about
just saying things we like,
Snake?
huh? Did you say plasma?
I did. What about
They could do a
Plasma
plasma
Snake?
steak. Yeah, that would have been cool.
Dave's got the plasma deck from Balatro on his head.
Let's change and talk about Balatro for the next 2 hours.
I can talk about it for 5 minutes.
Fucking go for it, you guys. I don't care.
Drew's just, I'm out. Boom. Hit desk. But also, like, Solidus has this really fucking cool intro where he throws off his cloak and he has this sword and, like, he slashes the sword and this huge, like, burst of flame goes towards Raiden. It's like, what the fuck?
What the fuck? He dives out of the way and he's like, bro, what the fuck? I'm literally Raiden, dude.
And then...
Raiden?
That's not what I said.
Well, it is. No, this whole scene is so fun. It is peak. If you had a scene where it's like, hey, could you? This is a stupid hypothetical. Hey, could you show me one cutscene of the Metal Gear Solid games that kind of represents all of Metal Gear Solid? I'd be like, dude, here you go. And they'd be like, what the fuck is that? And I'd be like, yeah, I know. Exactly,
Well,
right? Like, it's cool and stupid and awesome and fucking dumb. That's exactly what Metal Gear Solid is, baby. That's what it is, baby!
I would just counter with, I think the cutscene after the upcoming boss fight is even more batshit. But I mean, it's potato at this point.
I love tomatoes.
This discussion will continue in part 2 of this podcast.